Chapter 102. Where are we going now? Are we going to search for reinforcements? Jiang Shao asked loudly. He had no choice because the snowstorm was too strong. The holy ground, second last, answered concisely. Hearing a new term, Jiang Shao frantically asked, The holy ground? What's that? Second last pondered for a while, seemingly considering if she should tell Jiang Shao that piece of information. After a few seconds, she answered, How do you think the white ghouls maintain such a large population? Reproduction, just like mammals. They reproduce through mating, Jiang Shao answered. It was because Jiang Shao had once seen the awakened who stole the white ghoul witch's offspring. He had also seen the two enraged white ghoul witches commanding their subordinates to chase after the awakened. Yeah, they do have this function, but have you ever seen them reproduce in the snowfield? Second last asked as she strode forward in the snowstorm, seemingly having a clear destination in mind. Jiang Shao followed behind second last and used her massive body to shield him from the wind and snow. I've never seen it before, Jiang Shao said, feeling rather elated. They do have the ability to reproduce through mating, but that's not the mainstream method, second last continued to teach Jiang Shao. Second last continued to teach Jiang Shao. The snowfield has such rich resources and endless white ghouls because of the existence of the holy ground. So the holy ground is a breeding base? Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment. Second last said, No, it's a passage that connects the snowfield and the upper latitudes. Second last continued, Most of the white ghouls here don't reproduce through mating. Instead, they're directly thrown here. In other words, they don't have to go through a fragile childhood period. Instead, they appear in the snowfield in their adult state. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, What did I hear? Thrown? These white ghouls entered this place from another dimension through the space-time tunnel? Second last said, Your high-quality star beads and star techniques might be produced in the holy ground or the upper latitudes behind the holy ground. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does she mean? Is the upper latitudes of the snowfield also a snowfield, and the creatures there are stronger? Star beads of higher quality? Why is the southeast route more dangerous and rich in resources? Because it's closer to the holy ground. Second last continued, There will also be white ghouls and white ghoul witches in other routes and areas, but the frequency will be lower. Jiang Shao was a little confused. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. I've stayed here for more than 10 days, but I've never seen a white ghoul suddenly fall from the sky. Second last shook her head and said, They won't descend on the place where you train. Instead, they'll be placed in special areas that are guarded by the guardians of the night. You won't be able to see them. You mean there are many holy grounds here? North, south, east, west, and all directions? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. No, there's only one holy ground. It's the main passageway connecting the snowfield and the upper latitudes. The other places are considered dimensional passageways. Once the main passage is destroyed, the other passages won't be stable and will gradually lose connection. This snowfield will no longer produce any monster resources. As the last passage in the snowfield is closed, the snowfield will disappear completely and will no longer have any connection with Earth. It was full of good stuff. Get to the point. Unfortunately, this kind of knowledge did not seem to be tested. How should I put it? It's considered a secret of the upper echelons. It's an open secret in the high-level circle, but ordinary people like Jiang Shao don't know about it all. Even Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin weren't aware of it. Their parents were both members of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Hence, they definitely knew about it. It should be because of the organization's rules and regulations. Jiang Shao finally knew why some dimensional spaces in this world closed quickly, while others could last for a long time and were even developed by the officials into resource points. Wait, that's the duty of the Guardians of the Night. In that case, the duty of the Wasteland Reclaimers should be to evaluate the dimensional spaces and keep the ones that are of value. If they're too dangerous and might pose a threat to China, they should immediately destroy the holy ground and close the dimensional space. Wow, that's impressive. It's no wonder that the Wasteland Reclaimers enjoy such a high reputation in China. In places that people don't know about, They're responsible for the survival of the entire country and the safety of every ordinary citizen. Jiang Shao, who was constantly making deductions and analyzing, found out about the duties of the Guardians of the Night and deduced the hidden duties of the Wasteland Reclaimers. At this moment, Jiang Shao was really full of admiration for his parents whom he had never met. Holy ground! What does it look like? Jiang Zhao's curiosity was getting the best of him. It's just a special name. You'll see for yourself. Okay. Jiang Shao digested the knowledge that Second Last had given him and still found it unbelievable. He asked, since it's a passage, can we go over if the other party can come over? Second Last nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Jiang Zhao's question. For most people, that door is one way. You don't want to get lost in another dimension. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. The official news was that his parents had gone missing. They weren't dead. Would there still be a possibility of survival for his parents, whom he had never met? Jiang Shao digested the information and was unsure if he should tell Han Jiangxue. Second Last continued. That's why the offspring of the creatures of other dimensions are so precious. You have very few star slots. Have you thought about what kind of star pet you want to tame? Ever since Second Last changed her stance, she had been particularly concerned about Jiang Zhao's future. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and thought about it for a while before asking, do you mean that people with more star slots have more rights to choose star pets? You'll see. In this world, there's a special growth direction for the awakened star pet warriors. They're as precious as medical awakened like you. I fought with such a guy before. His combat power is mediocre, but he has an extremely practical defensive star technique. He also has 11 star slots in his star map that are embedded with star pets. Star pet warrior? That's an interesting profession. Does he have to rely on his own pets to fight? According to the price of the offspring of other dimensions, Jiang Shao compared the probability of absorbing star pets and thought to himself, that's probably a profession that only tycoons can afford. The point is, there are some problems that money can't solve. Star pet warriors like that not only have to be rich, but they also have to have a strong team to help them. I do have very few star slots. Let's see which one will benefit more, star techniques or star pets. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, I'm still a rookie in the Stardust stage. Star pets are rather distant to me, and I'll only be able to come into contact with them when I'm in the Galaxy stage. We'll see when the time comes. Jiang Shao then asked curiously, what about you? Do you have any star pets? Second Last answered no. Jiang Shao asked why. Second Last said, my star slots have already been filled up. If I want to obtain star pets, I can only wait for my star power to level up. Jiang Shao said, don't be perfunctory with me. You're in the Galaxy stage, and I believe you've stayed in this stage for a long time. Can't you save even one of the 16 available star slots? Huh. It was rare for Second Last to speak with a hint of intonation in her voice. She turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with interest. Jiang Shao looked up at Second Last, wondering why she was suddenly interested in him. Second Last pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and said, star slots are the same as teams. The number of slots is limited. Jiang Shao slapped away the big hand on his head angrily and took a step back. So? Second Last lowered her head and stared at Jiang Shao with her long and narrow eyes. I only want what's most suitable for me. Jiang Shao thought about it again and muttered, you're about 25 or 26 years old, right? You're almost older than me, Annie. A peculiar smile gradually appeared on Second Last's sullen face, which was hidden behind a mask. She seemed to be amused by Jiang Zhao's playful way of changing the topic time and time again. She liked the way Jiang Shao dealt with problems, but she didn't like Jiang Zhao's repeated rejections. Second Last turned around and said, I've taken a fancy to a type of star pet. Come with me in 9 months. Indeed, you would be beaten up if he fell behind. In the face of absolute power, it was indeed difficult for Jiang Shao, who was the weaker party, to make his own decisions. Even though he had been avoiding her time and time again, what was meant to come would always come. Upon hearing Second Last words, Jiang Shao got a great shock and asked, did you just break through to the Galaxy stage? You can allocate more star slots now? Second last glanced at Jiang Shao without answering. Is she really in the galaxy stage? Jiang Shao was secretly indignant. Woman. Chapter 103. Jiang Shao had his own plans for the rule star bead that second last gave him, which was an awakened star bead in the galaxy stage. In the list of mud, Jiang Shao felt that the Mud River and Mud Marsh were the most attractive ones. It was a genuine gold-quality star technique that was extremely powerful. Jiang Shao also liked the silver-quality star technique, Mud Hand, which seemed to be good for controlling others. However, Jiang Shao hesitated again and decided not to let those star techniques occupy his limited star slots. Second last was right. The number of star slots was limited, especially for Jiang Shao, who had 9 star slots. Hence, each star slot was undoubtedly more precious. Even though Jiang Shao had no choice but to accept the first 3 star slots passively, the effects were extraordinary and gave Jiang Shao a good start in his career as an awakened. Jiang Shao still had plenty of time to grow, and he didn't think that star techniques like Mud River and Mud Marsh were the most suitable for him. Controlling techniques like Mud Hand would not benefit Jiang Shao much at this moment. At present, Mud Body and Mud Shield could help Jiang Shao, but the introduction seemed to be very restrictive. He had to connect the star technique to the soil in order to use it. Of course, in most cases, Jiang Zhao's battle scenes should have soil, but Jiang Zhao's low number of star slots made him think about that. Most importantly, such star beads were rather difficult for Jiang Shao to obtain at the moment. At this stage, Jiang Shao did not have the ability to go to Russia and find the dimensional space that was full of smelly mud to upgrade his Mud Shield and Mud Body. In the next few years, Jiang Shao would have to take root in the local area and obtain the local star techniques. That would be the greatest benefit. At the end of the day, Jiang Shao still had too few star slots. If he had 28 star slots like second last, 30 star slots like Han Jiangxue, or even 25 star slots like Li Wei, he wouldn't be stingy with absorbing Mud Hand, Mud Wall, Mud River, and Mud Marsh. He definitely couldn't focus on what was in front of him. The number of star slots Jiang Shao had forced him to look further and pay more attention to the future. For people like Jiang Shao who had an internal star map, the quality of the star techniques might not be the most important. The most important thing was the attributes and restrictions of the star techniques. Li Wei's Black Shield was very good, and he could summon it at will without any restrictions. Jiang Shao was also very clear about his own position. He was a support, not an omnipotent god. In retrospect, he felt that the white ghoul star bead was really a conscientious one. Not only did it have green glow, but it also had a defensive technique called endurance. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To Jiang Shao, it was really the best divine skill. In the long run, it would be best to absorb a large number of white ghoul star beads if he wanted to increase his defense. We'll reach the holy ground after we cross this snow mountain, second last said. Jiang Shao looked over and saw the towering snow mountain. Standing on the peak of the mountain, he wondered if he could reach out and pluck the stardust. I'll take you with me. When we go down the mountain, you can walk on your own. I'll restore my star power, second last said while striding forward and adjusting the mercenary belt. What was going on? The 2 of them quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain and second last knelt down. Come up, Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao climbed onto her back and second last wrapped the belt around Jiang Shao before buckling it in front of her waist. Grab on. Oh. Jiang Shao grabbed second last's shoulders and she darted out at the next moment. She didn't walk upright and instead moved forward quickly on all 4s, just like a feline. It was no wonder that she didn't believe in Jiang Zhao's strength and wanted to use the belt to bind the 2 of them tightly. A star map slowly appeared on her body. Due to the fact that they were too close, the star map also enveloped Jiang Shao, making it difficult for him to see it clearly. One of the star slots was emitting a faint silver light, which seemed to be helping second last move forward. She climbed the snowy mountains as if she was walking on flat ground. Sometimes there would be steep mountains, but she was extremely agile, just like a rock climber. That reminded Jiang Shao of Laura. Regardless of how small the protruding rock was, how great the inertia of the human body was, how steep the mountain wall was, or how far the protagonist was jumping, Jiang Xiao thought of Laura. As long as the controller pressed the right button, Laura's hand would never slip, and it would be impossible for her to fall. There would definitely be thrills, but there was no need to panic. That was just a game setting that would trigger certain situations. She would definitely be able to climb up as long as she pressed the correct button according to the instructions. Second Last leaped and swung on the cliff of the snow mountain. She didn't even need an ice pick because her sharp claws were like ice picks. Be it snow, ice, or even exposed stone walls, she would be able to insert her hands into them. She didn't need ice claws at her feet either. With the use of her star power and star techniques, she would be able to create a small pit in the cliff. Jiang Xiao no longer knew what kind of animal he should use to compare her to. During the previous battles, he had seen her in the form of a cat and a leopard. Now, she might be the Tarzan next door. What kind of star technique is this? Jiang Xiao followed her and climbed the cliff quickly while thinking to himself, even if you don't tell me everything, you should at least tell me one, right? However, as soon as he said that, Second Last's body suddenly tilted and the protruding rock in her hand fell. Second Last inserted her left hand into the cliff and slid down diagonally for half a meter before she managed to stabilize herself. Jiang Xiao was so frightened that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Pieces of gravel smashed onto his body and ended the topic. Unfortunately, the snowstorm started again. Jiang Xiao was really dumbfounded. I just said a few words. Do I have to be punished so severely? At the same time, on the other side of the towering snow mountain, there were 3 parties engaged in a chaotic battle. The snow-colored white ghouls were undoubtedly the largest group of troops. They attacked the invaders in a frenzy and displayed their ferocity to the fullest. Some of the white ghouls were so bloodthirsty that they didn't even care if they were slaughtering their companions. A group of guardians of the night wandered in front of each cave and would retreat into the cave from time to time, seemingly looking for a way to rush out. On the other hand, another group of mercenaries was walking in a maze made of mud walls. They were cleverly defending and advancing steadily. They were advancing towards the central part of the white ghouls' population. It was worth mentioning that even though the white ghouls had suffered heavy casualties, they were different from the white ghouls outside. They didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Back then, when Jiang Xiao was surrounded by the white ghouls, Second Last would throw a white ghoul away, and the white ghouls with low intelligence would still hesitate and stop in their tracks. However, that wouldn't happen here at all. Even if there were many casualties, they would still advance one after another. It was because there were too many mainstays here. Among the huge group of white ghouls, the rare white ghoul, which appeared frequently. It appeared and disappeared in the cave at the foot of the mountain, roaring loudly and making a unique sound. At the foot of the endless mountain range, there seemed to be some peculiar white ghouls and a small number of white ghoul witches in the caves. The 3 forces numbered in the tens of thousands and seemed to be engaged in a large-scale ancient war. On the chaotic battlefield, there were 2 forces engaged in a fierce battle in a cave that extended in all directions. It was a rare place where the Guardians of the Night and the mercenaries clashed. A girl was leaning against the stone wall with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her chestnut-colored hair was stained with blood and was abnormally messy. Her originally bright eyes were slightly unfocused as she lightly coughed and muttered, "I'm missing a knife." "No, what you lack is treatment." "Li Wei go." A gentle male voice sounded. "Li Wei go." The tall Li Wei carried the black shield and stood in the cave passage. The man quickly retreated, and the star map on his body slowly bloomed, after which a golden star slot suddenly lit up. "Kacha!" An illusory scepter appeared in the man's hand, and he stabbed it into the ground forcefully. Whoosh! The exquisite scepter that was 1 meter long emitted a dazzling ray of light that enveloped everyone in the cave. Chapter 104. On the 10th day of quitting smoking, his withdrawal symptoms were much less severe. Compared to physical dependence, you hated psychological dependence even more. God knows what I've been through these few days. I started smoking when I was writing my first book. I still remember that it was during my second year of university, 2011. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. How fast? Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Shan's words. Damn it, to be honest, you had only resumed writing these 2 days. He basically did not write much last week and had been sending out drafts. What made him sad was that he could only watch helplessly as the drafts decreased day by day. What made him happy was that you had made ample preparations before starting the book, so there were still some drafts left. Hee. You as a superficial person, seeing everyone's encouragement, tips, recommendations, and favorites in the comments increasing day by day. You was especially satisfied. Thank you all for accompanying me through these difficult days and giving me so much mental food. Why did I want to nag today? Because I drank too much today, and also because today is Yu's birthday. I'm 1 year older. I'm so happy. Let's make a few wishes. 1. I hope that this book will do better and better. 2. I hope that in the future, I will never touch it. Damn it. I've written so many good protagonists. Joaquin, Summer, Ethan. All of them are people who believe in promises. You should have some backbone and not touch it when he says he won't touch it. If you touch me, you'll be a puppy. My third wish. I wish that all my friends who read my book will become rich. Haha. Chapter 105. The 1-meter-tall scepter was faintly discernible, as if it had no physical body and was just an illusory shadow. However, the scepter's handle was firmly inserted into the ground, creating a small pit. On top of the scepter, there was a white gem that was emitting a rich light. In this small cave, there were 2 night watchers in black and a team of 4 rookies in white camouflage. Of course, in this team, there was a young man who was not a rookie. It was Hai Tianqing, who was always smiling. The cave was not large and was about 30 square meters in size. It was in an irregular circular shape, and there were 3 passageways in the west, southeast, and northeast, which were guarded by 2 guardians of the night and Li Wei. One of the guardians of the night shouted, "Let's swap. There are white ghouls here. I'll go over there to fight the mercenaries." "No need, I'll do it." Hai Tianqing quickly returned to Li Wei's side and heard the sound of the mud snakes hitting Li Wei's black shield. The battle did not seem to be in a stalemate for too long, and Xia Yin was severely injured after just a few rounds. Among her peers, she was already one of the best, but facing a group of mercenaries, her strength was still lacking. To her, this was not a battle of the same level. The mercenary team seemed to know how to make use of their advantages. In the next moment, several mud snakes suddenly sprang out from the center of the cave. They didn't even need to rush in to tear this team apart from the inside. Fortunately, the attacking mercenary corps did not seem to have the gold quality star technique, Mud River. Otherwise, this team would have been completely annihilated. The home advantage was too obvious. "Teacher Hai, retreat," Han Jiangxue said softly while sticking close to the wall and moving to the edge of the tunnel. Hai Tianqing's body was covered in a strange light, and he tore an incoming mud snake apart. Just as he was about to rush into the tunnel to kill the enemy, he was stopped by Han Jiangxue's words. "Pretend to be injured and retreat to their blind spot." Han Jiangxue continued before turning to look at Xia Yin. "Crawl towards me." Hai Tianqing retreated, and a mud spike stabbed down from the top of the passageway, narrowly missing Hai Tianqing's face. At this moment, several mud bombs hit Hai Tianqing's body and exploded. Hai Tianqing tumbled backward and hurriedly crawled to the side. The mercenaries in the tunnel did not rush out. Instead, they used their mud snakes to smash the scepter in the middle of the cave. After that, the mercenaries walked in cautiously. In his line of sight, he had already seen the ankle of a black-clothed night watchman through the narrow passage, and then it disappeared again. He quickly took a step forward. When he was about a meter away from the entrance of the tunnel, his vision blurred, and then he suddenly found himself unable to breathe. Han Jiangxue leaned against the wall and put away Sky Smasher. She then carefully looked at the surrounding stone walls, only to discover that the soil beside one of the Guardians of the Night was soft and surging, as if it had turned into flowing soil. It was not a gold-quality star technique, Mud River, but it was enough to open up a passage there. Han Jiangxue hurriedly waved her hand, and Sky Smasher landed on the stone wall. The mercenary and Sky Smasher had yet to suffocate to death, and when he saw the exit that suddenly appeared, he was overjoyed. Due to the fact that he had nowhere to borrow strength from, he had no choice but to swim towards the open exit. However, a silhouette flashed from the stone wall and rushed out with a whoosh. It knocked back the mercenary who was trying to climb out, and its body also rushed into Sky Smasher. "Let's go!" Hai Tianqing yelled frantically while retreating with his team. In the cave, they were really beaten up badly. The other party had a huge home advantage, and in the current situation, even if they were to rush into the group of white ghouls, it would be better than fighting against the smelly mud in the cave. The powerful Guardians of the Night were also retreating precisely because of their home advantage. Hai Tianqing pushed Li Wei along the small tunnel that the mercenaries had just opened up and called for everyone to run in. The golden light on his body flickered, and he slammed the ground forcefully. Another illusory scepter descended and directly inserted itself into the tunnel behind it. This time, the gem on the scepter was blue in color. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bolts of lightning darted out of the gem on the scepter and shot out of the tunnel. Han Jiangxue walked towards one of the Guardians of the Night and said, "Hurry." The two of them quickly scurried towards the newly opened tunnel, and Han Jiangxue did not forget to use Baron Wind to blow Xia Yan, who was sitting on the ground, over. In the end, the Guardians of the Night who were blocking the entrance of the cave of the White Ghouls were carried into the small tunnel by Hai Tianqing, after which a group of White Ghouls immediately swarmed out and swarmed into all the caves that they could see. Hai Tianqing, who had scurried into the small tunnel, was very aware that he had to stay behind. A sapphire scepter was inserted and blocked the entrance of the small tunnel. The electric current was tearing his body apart, and he tried his best to bear with the pain and numbness while clenching his left fist. The people who were climbing in front of him heard the pleasant sound of bell. A ray of medical light jumped onto the Guardian of the Night in front of him, and through the narrow tunnel, it jumped onto the team that was squeezed into a straight line. Li Wei, Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, and the Guardian of the Night. Hai Tianqing's entire body was numb, and he crawled forward while enduring the pain. Another ray of medical light was shot out, and this time, he put an imprint on himself. The ray of medical light turned back, but it continued to jump behind him and hang on a white ghoul at the entrance of the cave. Hai Tianqing pressed his hand on the back of the Guardian of the Night in front of him and quickly left the imprint. The ray of medical light turned back and hung on Hai Tianqing's body before finally shuttling back and forth between Hai Tianqing and the Guardian of the Night in front of him. The Guardian of the Night at the front had already climbed out of the small tunnel and was fighting with two mercenaries. A mercenary was carrying a mud shield that was covered in mud and resisting the bombardment of flames by the Guardian of the Night in front of him. However, he did not panic because he knew that his teammates behind him would drown the Guardian of the Night with mud snakes. However, to his astonishment, the Guardian of the Night actually retreated. He retreated to the left side of the tunnel and distanced himself from the two mercenaries on the right side of the tunnel. At the next moment, the mercenary felt his vision blur, and the space in front of him seemed to be overlapping. Then, a gust of wind suddenly gushed out from behind him, directly blowing him into the shattered space. The Guardian of the Night on the left side of the tunnel used all his strength to hit the mud that was crawling up his legs, and the mud that was crawling up his legs suddenly stopped moving. The Guardian of the Night looked up, only to see that the mercenary was nowhere to be seen. The two mercenaries had been thrown into the Sky Smasher. Han Jiangxue quickly climbed out. At her age and in the low-level nebula stage, she had accepted the blessings of her parents and obtained a star technique that she shouldn't have. She also endured pressure that she shouldn't have. The facts had proven the importance of star techniques and combination techniques. If she were to use such a technique in the National High School League, her ranking would definitely not be low. However, she would definitely suffer jail time or even more severe punishments. With such a star technique, she definitely shouldn't waste her life in peaceful sparring. Are these people specially trained to attack this place? Why can every mercenary control mud? Xia Yan asked angrily. Chapter 106. Everyone filed out and listened to the situation around them before quickly running to the left. However, they discovered that it was a dead end. It's a mud wall made by the mercenaries. The guardian of the night in front of them held onto the wall and said, "Smash it and rush out. We might face a large number of white ghouls." While speaking, everyone looked at Hai Tianqing. The mercenaries have a huge advantage in this terrain. Rush out of the cave and fight the white ghouls in the mountains. That's the only way to release your strength, Hai Tianqing said to the two guardians of the night. Hai Tianqing said to the two guardians of the night. This team was not formed on purpose. It was formed when the white ghouls and the mercenary corps broke up. One of the guardians of the night said, "As long as we can kill all the mercenaries, it'll be worth it even if we die in the hands of the white ghouls." The other guardian of the night nodded. The guardian of the night in front of the wall said, "We'll listen to fourth last, then. You're the commander now. Call me 192, rules awakened, main wind, secondary control." The guardian of the night said 178, melee swiftness, secondary shield. Hai Tianqing nodded and said, 178, you'll take the lead. Li Wei and Xia Yin follow closely behind and assist. 192, Han Jiangxue, stay in the middle, and I'll cover the rear. Han Jiangxue emptied Sky Smasher and left the 4 corpses behind. She then grabbed 4 star beads and nodded gently. "Why do they call you fourth last?" Xia Yin asked softly while following Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing left an imprint on everyone and remained silent for a while before saying, "Because I belong to the weakest team." At the front, number 178's fist was filled with green glow. At the moment before he smashed the mud wall, he said in a deep voice, "The Guardians of the Night with a designation are the light-chasing team. There are no weaklings." Everyone in the team tensed up and thought, indeed, Hai Tianqing is a member of the Guardians of the Night. When Hai Tianqing addressed the tall and burly man as captain in the prison, everyone in the team was already a little suspicious. As he spoke, number 178 punched several times and shattered the mud wall in front of him. A passage was opened, only to see the corpses of the white ghouls. It seemed that the white ghouls had followed the mercenaries in. After being cut off, they had no one to kill, so there was internal strife in their own team. Looking at the scene of blood flowing like a river, how long did it take for such a bloody scene to appear? Without hesitation, everyone quickly grabbed the star beads and moved forward. After picking them up and walking for a few minutes, they finally saw a few swaying figures near the exit. Team 178 took the lead and rushed forward. It was different from second last team. They were the Guardians of the Night who had been guarding the snowfield all year round. Not only were they extremely familiar with the terrain, but they were also very familiar with the white ghouls and white ghoul witches. It was easy for them to kill this group of low-level white ghouls. The group of people finally rushed out and saw the light of day again. Well, this description was not accurate because the sky here was dark. Although the stars were shining, the visibility was not high. Only the flashing aurora in the sky could add a little brightness. When Han Jiangxue, who was in the middle of the team, walked out, she was shocked to discover that they had unknowingly arrived at the mountainside. There was an extremely spectacular scene below. The dense and countless white ghouls were like locusts that filled the entire valley below, and close-range battles were happening all the time. It was the most common scene in the Holy Ground. Even if the 2 legions did not rush in today, the white ghouls would still be injured and killed all the time. However, their numbers had never decreased. Instead, the more they killed, the more they increased. That was because a large number of white ghouls were constantly emerging in the Holy Ground, mixed with white ghoul witches from time to time. If there was a white ghoul witch present when a wave of white ghouls arrived, the chances of a fight would be greatly reduced. The white ghouls would surround the white ghoul witch and rush out of the Holy Ground in an orderly manner to integrate into the large family. Due to such a large number of white ghouls, a large number of white ghouls dispersed, and some white ghoul witches also walked out of the valley with their subordinates, heading to various corners of the snowfield. By feeding on the corpses of their own kind, they occupied the mountain and became the king. Their brave and ruthless characters were fully displayed. Today, the scene was even more chaotic. A large number of white ghouls that had rushed into the snowfield from the holy ground did not leave. Instead, they blew the horn of battle at the group of invaders. In other words, they were not very territorial. They did not appear to be defenders, but to kill the heretics in a frenzy. Every white ghoul was a hunter and also a prey. When other races appeared, their priority would be to hunt the alien races. Mud walls were built abruptly in the valley, forcibly opening up a path. In the midst of the crowd of white ghouls, there was a tough mud maze that was built from time to time, constantly approaching the center of the valley. That was the place known as the Holy Ground. In the middle of the valley, surrounded by mountains, there was a medium-sized hill at the bottom. There were caves all around the hill, and the white ghouls were surging out of the hill like locusts. On normal days, the traffic here was already congested enough. Today, the white ghouls on the periphery were unwilling to leave. They were unwilling to leave the holy ground and find a foothold. They all wanted to tear these humans apart. Therefore, the white ghouls that were gushing out of the mountain that was surrounded by caves actually stopped for a moment. These white ghouls could trample everyone to death just by passing through the area, not to mention killing each other. However, this group of mercenaries was obviously prepared. Their mud walls were tough and flexible. They could open up wherever they wanted to, blocking the white ghouls. The mercenaries had built a mud tunnel and moved toward the center of the holy ground. These are all to attract the firepower on the surface. They have the ability to open up a tunnel underground. Perhaps they have already rushed into the holy ground and are cutting off the space-time tunnel. 192 said, with a solemn expression, "We can only pray that the white ghouls can hold on for a while longer." 178 said angrily. Faced with the situation where ants could bite an elephant to death, they could not rush into the holy ground at all. They wouldn't even be able to protect themselves, let alone rush in. The white ghouls that were everywhere discovered the team on the hillside and had already roared and rushed up. 192, the rules awakened guardian of the night, suddenly said, "I can blow all of you into the holy ground and onto that hill. You might be able to stop the mercenaries, but you might also die there." His words made everyone's hearts sink. The team was not the guardians of the night. They were just students who had yet to graduate. Although they were all Chinese citizens, they couldn't possibly have the conviction to sacrifice themselves like the guardians of the night. "I still have a younger brother to take care of," Han Jiangxue said. It was a simple sentence. Regardless of whether she was afraid of death or telling the truth, no one had the time to analyze it. All they knew was that Han Jiangxue didn't agree with it. That was indeed the case. The identity of the guardians of the night was obvious. They could face death calmly, but they couldn't stand at a certain height and ask others to do the same. Strictly speaking, the guardians of the night couldn't ask the students to do that. Instead, they had to protect them. In that regard, the guardians of the night were of the same nature as the Chinese soldiers and police. As they spoke, they suddenly saw a figure shuttling through the sea of white ghouls and speeding above their heads. That slender and huge figure was like a cheetah, light and agile. It stretched out its four limbs and used both its hands and feet to grab and step on the white ghouls' heads and shoulders. It leaped a distance of more than 10 meters and swept past the densely packed white ghouls. The white ghouls tried to reach out to grab the figure and leap up to intercept it. However, the absolute difference in power made all their actions useless. Besides, the massive figure was too fast and agile. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already rushed from the foot of the mountain in the west to halfway to the holy ground. Xia Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and she exclaimed, "Xiaopi!" Chapter 107. "Send me over," Han Jiangxue exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, everyone finally knew that she was not really afraid of death, but rather that there was really someone who needed her to take care of. Now, that person was being held hostage by a big cat and tied to its back. Regardless of whether he was dead or alive, he leaped across the sea of white ghouls. What is the background of this woman who is known as second last? Her actions, what kind of physique does she need? What kind of courage and faith does she need? Han Jiangxue absolutely refused to believe that the Jiang Xiaopi she knew was willing to go to the holy ground and rush into the center of the most dangerous vortex. He must have been abducted by that abominable woman. Damn it. Even if you want to bring a medic, you should at least bring one with you that's comparable in strength. Why are you bringing a 16-year-old kid along? He just awakened 3 months ago. Jiang Xue, don't be rash, Xia Yin said with concern as she hurriedly pulled Han Jiangxue back. Please send me over. Han Jiangxue ignored Xia Yin and turned to look at the guardian of the night 192. This time, she used the word please. Han Jiangxue, calm down, Xia Yin barked. Han Jiangxue was neither angry nor displeased. She simply said something that was rather heart-wrenching and simple. He's the only one I have. You. Xia Yin was suddenly at a loss for words. The guardian of the night 192 said, if I can think of it, Second Last will definitely think of it too. She must have gone to stop the mercenaries underground. If she's there, you guys will definitely be able to come out. His words gave everyone a boost in confidence. After all, they had just witnessed Second Last's incredible movements and experienced how extreme a human's control of the body could be. The guardian of the night 178 said, I'll go too. Xia Yin stomped her feet angrily and cursed. If we die, so be it. Li Wei froze for a moment. The current situation was no longer within his control. Regardless of whether he stayed or went, it would be dangerous. After all, the team that was put together at the last minute had taken up all the manpower. If Li Wei were to protect the Guardian of the Night 192 alone, he would probably be in danger too. Li Wei made a prompt decision and said, let's go together. Hai Tianqing sighed deeply and said, 192, then I'll buy you some time. 178 suddenly retreated to 192's side. Looking at the white ghouls swarming over from all over the mountains, he finally changed his decision. It's my honor. 192 spread his hands out, and the star map on his body appeared vaguely. A gold-quality star slot suddenly lit up, and at the next moment, a gust of wind swept over. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged under everyone's feet, blowing them away. Countless white ghouls swarmed over from all directions, covering the sky and earth. 192, on the other hand, acted as if he did not see these ferocious white ghouls and continued to control the wind to blow everyone away. The group of people was blown into a mess, tumbling up and down in the wind, scattering in all directions. Xia Yin tried her best to turn around, only to see that the white ghouls had already surrounded 192 and 178. 178's crazy attacks overturned groups of white ghouls. 192, on the other hand, had a stable DPS environment and was steadily blowing everyone away. There was no problem with their abilities and skills, but the problem was that there were too many white ghouls, and they didn't know if they could persevere. Oh my god! Jiang Xiao wrapped his arms around Second Last's neck. When they were climbing the snow mountain, he could still be a little more reserved and grabbed Jiang Xiao's shoulders to maintain his balance. However, at this moment, Second Last was dodging the waves of white ghouls, and Jiang Xiao had no choice but to hug her tightly to maintain his balance. Sometimes, Second Last's sudden change in angle and rhythm made Jiang Xiao fear that the belt would be broken. Second Last ignored Jiang Xiao's words and instead slowly released the star map on her body, after which she darted into the huge hole in the holy ground in front of her. A silver star slot in her star map flickered, and at the next moment, Jiang Xiao experienced the feeling of advancement. It was the feeling of being enveloped by star power. Second Last stepped on the heads of the two white ghouls and leaped high into the air, after which she flipped nimbly in the air and stepped straight on them. Not only was her body enveloped in star power, but Jiang Xiao was also enveloped in it. She crushed the shoulders of a white ghoul with her feet and stepped on it, causing it to fall to the ground. In the end, its shoulders were also crushed into meat paste. As soon as her feet came into contact with the ground, the flames from the explosion spread out. Silver quality star technique asterisk scorch. At the same time, outside the holy ground. Pay attention to the enemy, Han, Jiang Xue yelled. No, after you land, run straight into the holy ground, Hai Tianqing suddenly said. Everyone was slightly stunned, but they saw Hai Tianqing grabbing the air with both hands, after which two illusory scepters appeared in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Although the scepters were illusory, the star power that was wrapped in them made sounds. The blue gemstones on the two 1-meter-long scepters were dazzling and bright. The illusory scepters penetrated the bodies of the white ghouls and pierced into the ground, after which the rich star power blasted a group of white ghouls away and created a deep pit in the ground. Buzz, 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 the electric current spread out in all directions and struck the bodies of the white ghouls. The blue electric net continued to expand, and the white ghouls that were close to it were charred and died immediately. The white ghouls that were covered by the electric net began to feel numb and unable to control themselves. Is she a medical awakened? She's practically a thunder and lightning guardian. Everyone quickly fell from the sky. Han Jiangxue could not stabilize her body, and it was difficult for her to control the Barren Wind Star technique. However, she still tried her best to slow down the momentum of her and Xia Yan. Li Wei carried the black shield and landed on the ground. With a loud bang, he smashed 3 white ghouls and blew up countless white ghouls around him. The white ghouls from all directions stepped on the corpses of their companions and swarmed towards them. Hai Tianqing exclaimed, "Hurry up and go in." Xia Yan said, but inside, Hai Tianqing yelled, "Don't worry, second last will definitely clean them up." Xia Yan didn't know where Hai Tianqing's confidence came from. She simply followed Li Wei's shield and chose the cave closest to the hill before dashing in quickly. However, as the team dashed in, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. It was because the flames that were sweeping towards them were forcing them to be unable to move forward. The ferocious heat wave almost made it impossible for them to breathe. Even with the help of star power, they found it difficult to breathe. They were just outside the battle circle. If they were in it, would they die a horrible death? All the awakened with Fire Series star techniques flashed one after another. Xia Yan's body was covered in burning flames, and she tried her best to reduce the damage caused by the flames. She endured the oncoming heat wave and walked forward step by step, only to see a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In her line of sight, she saw a tall body standing in the middle of the cave with a pair of long and narrow eyes that were emitting a scorching glow. The body was not made of flesh and was instead charred black like charcoal. There was also hot magma flowing out of the cracks on the cracked skin. The huge figure spread his hands and tilted his head back slightly, looking like he was going to deliver all living beings from suffering. With the body as the center point, there was a flaming tornado within a radius of 10 meters. The flames that were sweeping wildly were burning all the surrounding creatures with a strong heat wave. Yes, this place might have once been filled with white ghouls, but now they had all been burned to ashes. Instantly passed away? Cremated on the spot? This one-stop service is really considerate. The remains of the corpses eventually disappeared in the baptism of the fire tornado, leaving only small star beads that were glistening and continuously rotating with the fire tornado. On the head of the lava giant, layers of overlapping space were hanging at the top of the cave, emitting a faint golden light that seemed like scattered holy light. From time to time, white ghouls would fall to the ground along with the light, only to die instantly. In the middle of the flame vortex, a thin figure seemed to be a loss. Yes, Jiang Shao was indeed a little at a loss. He dare not get too close to second last. Well, he was afraid of the heat. He dare not go too far away from second last, because the center of the fire tornado was the safest place. Well, how should I put it? Everything is fine now. Chapter 108. Hai Tianqing, is that person destroying the holy ground? Xia Yan yelled with great difficulty. Such a grand scene was indeed a little too shocking. She knows what she's doing. She won't touch the space door. Hai Tianqing answered before yelling, "Second last." Listen. Second last, who was standing in the fire tornado, spat out some heat waves and turned to look at the group of people. She then quickly retracted the fire tornado. Behind the group of people was a group of white ghouls that had been electrocuted, and there were countless white ghouls surging towards them. At the critical juncture, everyone finally dashed in. Before they could ask anything, Second Last raised her head again, and the flames rose again. A wild bee-star map slowly appeared, and the golden star slot continued to shine. Without hesitation, Hai Tianqing's body also shone with golden light, and an illusory scepter was inserted into the ground. This time, it was not the white healing scepter, nor was it the blue thunder scepter. The gemstone on the scepter was actually light yellow in color. Jiang Xiao immediately felt that something was amiss. This seems to be a star technique that can restore one's physical state. Why does it feel so great? Jiang Xiao was still immersed in that special feeling, but he was pulled into another wonderful sensation. It seems to be someone's embrace. It's so flat. Is it Li Wei? Due to the fact that he was surrounded by the scorching heat and the smell of the cremated corpses, Jiang Xiao could not smell the familiar scent immediately. He turned his head slightly and finally saw Han Jiangshue's side profile. She seems really worried about me. But then again, how did she recognize me when I'm wearing a mercenary uniform? On the other hand, Han Jiangshue also felt a sense of comfort when she hugged Jiang Xiao. She did not have the burning flame star technique and could only rely on star power attachment to protect herself as much as possible. However, the moment she touched Jiang Xiao, a strong wave of star power enveloped her too. Is someone protecting me? Who is it? Who would have the ability and mood to do that? Could it be Second Last who's burning? Han Jiangshue froze for a moment, for the joy of reunion was always short-lived. However, Han Jiangshue's actions were enough for Jiang Xiao to brag about for the rest of his life. It's good that you're alive, Han Jiangshue said softly and let go of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and nodded before muttering, "That makes sense. Let's fight our way out." Han Jiangshue ignored Jiang Xiao's nagging and turned to look at the entrance of the cave that they came from. She said that there might be enemies invading the underground. Jiang Xiao said frantically. Han Jiangshue stared at Jiang Xiao coldly and said, "This is not a battle you should participate in. We're not qualified." Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned and asked, "Can we rush out?" While speaking, Jiang Xiao suddenly discovered that the soil beside him had begun to circulate in an orderly manner. "Here, they're coming up." Jiang Xiao hurriedly retreated and shouted. Hai Tianqing said hurriedly. He looked at the flowing soil with caution and said, "Don't go in. That's their home ground. It's no different from seeking death. It's not like this is their home field." Standing in the center of the arena, the lava giant controlling the fire tornado finally spoke. It was still a question, and it was still a statement. Hai Tianqing ordered, "Maintain the star technique and stop the white ghouls from entering. Leave the rest to us." However, the fire tornado dissipated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Lava flowed out of the lava giant's body and dripped onto the ground, making sizzling sounds. "You're no longer my commander." Hai Tianqing's pupils constricted. "We can only benefit from the chaos with the white ghouls. Those who can be sent to attack the holy ground are definitely not simple mercenaries. Their star techniques are monotonous and uniform. Clearly, they've been trained and groomed to carry out a certain type of mission." Second Last stared at Hai Tianqing with a pair of scorching eyes and asked, "Have you seen Captain?" Hai Tianqing shook his head with a sullen expression and said, "We got separated." Second Last looked at the surging soil on the ground and said, "I hope he's holding back the leader of the mercenary corps and not dead." As he spoke, muddy hands curled up from the ground and spread out in all directions like venomous snakes. The enemy did not stick their heads out to observe, and it seemed that they planned to use the mud hands to clear the white ghouls in the holy ground. While retreating, Jiang Xiao bent down to grab a handful of star beads and stuff them into his pocket. The fire tornado burned the white ghouls to death and incinerated their corpses, but the star beads continued to follow the storm of the fire tornado. As the fire tornado dissipated, the ground was filled with glistening white ghoul star beads. Han Jiangshue waved her hand and blew Jiang Xiao to the side of her team, seemingly exasperated that Jiang Xiao had failed to meet her expectations. Jiang Xiao scrambled to grab another handful of star beads and absorb them without hesitation. Because he knew Today is the day for the gold quality star technique, green glow. After going through many battles and continuously absorbing the white ghoul star beads, Jiang Zhao's green glow and endurance had already reached silver quality level 6, 3 out of 10, in his internal star map. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to upgrade his quality after absorbing 37 more. Perhaps he needed the gold quality star technique, green glow, for this battle. The slow-witted Jiang Zhao also discovered a very serious matter. Due to the fact that his star techniques could be upgraded, the quality of his star techniques did not have much of an effect on him. He did not have to pursue those rare high-quality star beads. After he upgraded his quality, even the low-quality star techniques would produce amazing effects. Hence, there were two considerations for Jiang Zhao to consider when choosing star beads. 1. Was the special effect of the star technique powerful enough? 2. Are such star beads very easy to obtain, or even to the extent of being abundant? Of course, if the quality of a star bead was extremely high and the special effect was extremely strong, it wouldn't matter if it was large or not. However, Jiang Zhao could hardly come into contact with such star beads at the current stage. At this moment, Jiang Zhao possessed green glow and endurance. The repelling effect of green glow couldn't be any better. When his endurance was upgraded to platinum, or even diamond quality, would it be comparable to the Russian mercenary who had a body of steel? If it still couldn't compare, what about upgrading the quality? Look at the white ghoul star beads all over the ground. Not to mention gold quality star techniques. As long as Jiang Zhao maintained a good relationship with Second Last, he would be able to upgrade green glow and endurance to diamond quality in a few days and nights. People don't know what's above diamond quality, do they? After spending a few months here, Jiang Zhao would be able to let the world know what a master-level green glow was. He would even let everyone know what a king-level green glow was. Regardless of how weak I am or whether I can break through defense, I can throw you from the city center to the suburbs with a single punch. Do you want to clock in and not be late for work? Do you want to go home immediately after school to play games? Do you want to catch them in the act, but are afraid that you won't be fast enough and end up alerting the adulterous couple? As long as your skin is thick enough, come and find me. I'm willing to send you off. Chapter 109. A head slowly emerged from the soil and carefully tried to observe the situation in holy ground. However, the moment his eyes emerged from the soil, a pair of sharp claws directly pierced through his head and took the opportunity to pull his corpse out and throw it out of the ruins, causing a fight among the white ghouls. Second Last's right hand was covered in blood and flesh, after which she took out a bunch of things. As her steel palm was covered in flames, the large amount of flesh and blood that she had taken out was burnt up, revealing a star bead that was shining brightly. Without hesitation, Second Last scurried to another location while absorbing the star bead in her hand and joining in the game of whack-a-mole again. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. As the large number of white ghouls surged in, Jiang Zhao no longer tried to be stingy with his skill points. Hence, he immediately threw 5 skill points into the basic technique, Dagger Proficiency. The Dagger Proficiency that was originally brass quality level 5 was upgraded to silver quality level 0. If he wanted to increase it by another small level, he would need 10 skill points. At this moment, while absorbing the white ghoul star beads, various moves and techniques appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He then pulled out his dagger from the side of his thigh. He seemed to have been immersed in that technique for several years, which gave Jiang Zhao a sense of security. While leaving a mark on his teammates' bodies, Jiang Zhao continued to absorb the white ghoul star beads. The scene in the holy ground was simply mind-blowing. The white ghouls and white ghoul, which star beads were scattered all over the ground and rolling around. It was just like a mountain of gold. Finally, the white ghouls swarmed in from all directions, and another piece of information appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. Second Last. I praise you. Internal star map. Please don't judge me to be in the same team as Han Jiangxue, Li Wei, and Xia Yan. Please continue to let me stay in Second Last team, After losing the two generals, the gophers beneath their feet seemed to have calmed down significantly. Their enemies had also changed from the mercenaries beneath their feet to the white ghouls that were swarming in from all directions. Just like Jiang Shao, Hai Tianqing picked up a handful of star beads from the ground and absorbed them quickly. He then stuck a sapphire scepter into the ground again. However, this time, the shooting sapphires did not cause indiscriminate damage. They did not electrocute Hai Tianqing or any of his teammates. Could it be that this kind of attack also had the imprint technique of imprint? Jiang Shao thought about it and realized that Hai Tianqing didn't touch his body at all. Could it be that light yellow gemstone scepter from before? Wasn't it supposed to help everyone recover? Does it have an imprint effect? This could only be explained by the pale yellow scepter. After all, it was the scepter that shone on everyone when the holy ground was emptied. With a bitter expression, Li Wei carried his shield and protected everyone while retreating to a corner of the stone wall. If we don't go down, the other party won't come out. However, these white ghouls will be able to exhaust us to death. As he spoke, waves of soil surged, transforming into a muddy swamp. Countless muddy dragons scuttled out, binding all living creatures and dragging them into the flowing muddy river. Even without the muddy dragons binding them, their ankles had already sunk into the muddy river. It was only a matter of time before they were engulfed. Swamp! Li Wei exclaimed in shock. At the instant he spoke, Li Wei's leg was suddenly tied up by a muddy snake and dragged downwards quickly. Hai Tianqing frantically grabbed Li Wei's palm and pulled him upwards. Jiang Shao and the other children didn't know, but the Guardians of the Night knew very well that the rare gold-quality star techniques like Mud River and Mud Marsh were only possessed by the mercenary team leaders and the deputy mercenary leaders. Now that Muddy Swamp had appeared, what happened to One Tail, who was fighting with the mercenary leader? Had he already been defeated and died? Captain! Second Last stomped on the head of a white ghoul and crushed it with her charcoal face. There shouldn't have been much of an expression on her face, but she lowered her long and narrow eyes. The devil-like Second Last revealed a rare look of sorrow. Are you like me, begging a passerby to bring the news of your death back to your hometown? Her sorrowful words were drowned out by the roars of the white ghouls. She was just like a hero who hid his identity and eventually died. Few people knew about him, and no one cared about him. In the end, he was drowned in the tides of history. Second Last, who had sunk into melancholy, continued to fight, but she seemed to have lost her spirituality. The bloodthirsty and murderous aura slowed down, and she seemed to be immersed in another world. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp and melodious sound of the bell woke Second Last up abruptly. She grabbed the white ghoul that was shrieking in pain and pushed its body forward while staring at Jiang Shao with a pair of scorching red eyes. Speak! Jiang Shao yelled out loud. The three students in front of him were slightly bewildered. Second Last continuously kicked the white ghouls along the way and used them as a cushion to slow herself down. The person who used Muddy Swamp is the same as the person we killed in the snowfield. I'm the only one who can knock him out. Are you trying to perish together with me again? Jiang Shao asked sternly. Han Jiangxue controlled Baron Wind and looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment while carrying the team. She had never seen Jiang Shao so serious before, and she couldn't even imagine that the carefree and playful Jiang Shao would be so stern. How long has it been? He laughed. He was mischievous. He rolled his eyes helplessly and muttered in disdain. She had never seen him angry or angry before. Second Last sullen face changed all of a sudden, and her eyes widened in horror. You're lecturing me? Yes, Jiang Shao answered without hesitation while frantically absorbing the white ghoul star beads. Huh? Why did a white ghoul, which star bead, come in? Don't create trouble here. What solution do you have? Second Last's large figure slaughtered the white ghouls agilely and pressed them under her feet to slow down the downward momentum. Even though she was bitten by the white ghoul's sharp teeth and claws, they couldn't break through her defense at all. Instead, the white ghouls felt that their hands are burning hot. Solutions are thought of by humans. Where's that person? Jiang Shao yelled. Second last stopped moving and seemed to have realized that Jiang Shao already had a plan. She hadn't interacted with Jiang Shao for a long time, but ever since he rescued her from the shackles, Second last had a rough understanding of him after observing his thoughts and reactions along the way. This kid can be trusted. Second last charcoal-like nose twitched a little, and her large body was immediately swarmed by the white ghouls. As a result, the white ghouls shrieked and scrambled to avoid the lava giant. "Clear the area," Jiang Shao said frantically. He then said to Han Jiangxue, "Get closer to her. Hurry, just the two of us. I can't control my strength if there are too many of us." Han Jiangxue's brows were tightly furrowed. Faced with a battle of life and death, she was struggling internally. Option 1. Fly out of the holy ground with Jiang Shao and try to escape. Option 2. Listen to Jiang Zhao's instructions and disperse the enemy's attacks. Han Jiangxue was a little hesitant. Second last flung the white ghouls on her away. Her powerful strength was not something the white ghouls could resist at all. She easily broke free from the claws of the white ghouls and used the white ghouls that swarmed in as a floor. She then arrived directly below the light. "You have to be my commander," Second last said with a smirk. Second last asked with a smirk, seeming to be out of place in the chaotic and dangerous battlefield. "You can say that," Jiang Shao answered. At the next moment, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue flew to Second last side. In the end, Xia Yin and Li Wei made Han Jiangxue choose to give it a try. The two of them had risked their lives to accompany Han Jiangxue there. Hence, it was difficult for her to make the decision to escape with Jiang Shao. She decided to trust him once again, just like she had been doing for the past few months. "Clear the area, hurry," Jiang Shao frantically urged. Second last spread her hands out and tilted her head back slightly, after which the fire tornado struck again. Han Jiangxue continuously blew the white ghouls out of the safe zone and into the fire tornado. Second last's body stepped on the muddy soil and continued to descend. However, the fire tornado was activated resolutely, and the soil was also swept up, quickly piling up towards the center where Second last was standing. "Second last, you're crazy," Hai Tianqing hollered furiously from afar. The range of the fire tornado was just right, and it did not hurt him because he was leaning against the wall. However, he seemed to have seen the scene of Second last committing suicide. "Are you sure he's below?" Jiang Shao asked loudly as he watched the mud dragons being crushed by the flames. "I'm sure." The mud swamp had submerged Second last's knees, and there were even several mud snakes that wrapped around her and dragged her down quickly. "Han Jiangxue, pay attention to your Sky Smasher. Second last, throw the target into Han Jiangxue's Space Star technique as soon as you see him. Don't explode with him." As he spoke, Jiang Shao raised his fist, which was covered in a dense green glow. In Jiang Zhao's internal star map, the Big Dipper star map, the second star slot had already become a dazzling gold quality. Green glow upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Endurance upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Bang! A large pit was blasted in the sticky mud swamp, causing the soil to splatter and the star power to overflow. Hai Tianqing was dumbfounded and forgot to put the white ghoul under his feet as he stared at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly. "That's the gold quality star technique, Mud Swamp. No matter how strong you are and how abundant your star power is, you won't be able to create a large pit with a single punch. Your fist will only sink into the swamp and be confined. Hence, the only thing that can repel the soil is green glow. However, is that really the effect that green glow should have? Even if Jiang Zhao's green glow is of silver quality, it shouldn't have such a powerful repelling effect." At this moment, Hai Tianqing suddenly thought of an old friend. Staring at Jiang Zhao's powerful green glow, the beautiful figure in Hai Tianqing's mind gradually overlapped with Jiang Zhao's figure. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Shao continuously smashed downwards, and the repelling effect of the gold-quality green glow was unparalleled. That was how he was. He used the basic divine techniques that had grown up with the people of Beijiang for generations. Chapter 110. Whoosh. Unknowingly, the flowing mud suddenly stopped. The undulating waves of mud finally maintained this form, with only debris falling off from time to time. Directly below the portal was a pit that also maintained its state, but its final appearance was rather peculiar. Due to the fact that the soil at the top was the first to be blasted away, the soil at the top continuously surged and recovered after Jiang Shao and the others dug a hole in the ground like pangolins. Hence, the pit at the top was the smallest, and the deeper they went, the larger it became. Xia Yan and Li Wei were still in a state of shock as they stood in the corner, half of their bodies already submerged in the soil. Fortunately, the white ghouls in front of them would block the mud hands when they swept past. They watched helplessly as the white ghouls were dragged into the ground one after another. They had had enough of the horrifying feeling. Hai Tianqing also used the white ghouls as cover and retreated to a corner of the cave, sticking close to the wall. He had already stepped on countless white ghouls, but the soil was still shallow enough to submerge his ankles. He gently lifted his feet and resumed his normal movements. In the holy ground, the team's enemies had once again become the white ghouls that were surging over from all directions. "Did you succeed?" Xia Yan asked in surprise and joy. "Attack, Xia Yan." Li Wei carried the black shield cautiously and stood beside Xia Yan. The black shield had already expanded to a certain extent and was about to envelop both of their bodies. He could only hear the ding, ding, dong, dong sounds of the white ghouls hitting the black shield. Xia Yan said, "I need a sword." Li Wei was speechless. "Give me an opening," Xia Yan continued while pulling her thigh out of the soil with difficulty. She then clenched her right fist and covered it with flames. Li Wei's shield was suffering fewer and fewer blows. Due to the fact that Hai Tianqing had rushed over, the safety of the team was temporarily guaranteed. The melee combat of the team might not be outstanding enough, and they might not be able to be the vanguard to fight their way out of the white ghouls. Perhaps the team did not have a powerful rules awakened that could turn the situation around. However, the team's defense was very solid and they wouldn't die anytime soon. The only thing that could defeat them was time and stamina. In the underground tunnel, Jiang Shao was panting and sweating profusely with the two girls. Ever since they fell into the tunnel, they knew that they might be surrounded by enemies. At the instant that Han Jiangxue landed on the ground, she immediately activated Sky Smasher and watched as Second Last fought with a burly man for only 2 rounds. The sounds of metal colliding could be heard. A ray of blessing shone down, and Second Last took advantage of the moment when the burly mercenary's body stiffened to push him into Sky Smasher. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded by their teamwork. Since when did his little brother cooperate so well with the Night Guardian God? From this moment onwards, Second Last seemed to have become a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. She tore apart the hard but no longer pliable soil on her body and dashed towards the inside of the tunnel with a murderous look in her eyes. "Wait," Jiang Shao hurriedly said. Second Last stopped abruptly and turned around to stare at Jiang Shao with her crimson eyes. Her breath was scorching hot, making it hard to tell if she could control the ferocity and wildness in her heart. "Ask them to come down. We'll fight our way out of this tunnel." Jiang Shao subconsciously took a step back. No matter what, he couldn't get used to Second Last's ferocious gaze. "You go." Second Last raised her head and gestured at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue remained silent, and a gust of barren wind swept up beneath her feet. In a short while, several figures landed. Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered to explain and frantically asked everyone to move forward. He went to the back and punched the ground with his left and right fists, after which the tunnel was instantly filled with soil, cutting off the path of retreat. The white ghouls that swarmed and could only howl and scream. The tunnel was 2.5 meters tall and was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Ever since the back was blocked, Second Last lava body had become the only source of light in the tunnel. "Very good," Second Last praised Jiang Shao in a hoarse voice, which was rare for her. Jiang Shao cast a blessing on himself and said in a slightly different tone, "Tell me their exact location. I'll take you to them." Second last tilted her head to the left and right while drops of lava flowed down. After standing still for a few seconds, she strode forward. Hurry up and catch up. Let's fight our way out, Jiang Shao said frantically and absorbed another handful of star beads. At this moment, he was so extravagant that he felt like he had gotten rich overnight. He was no longer absorbing star beads one by one, but by handfuls. It couldn't be helped because the gold quality star technique, green glow, consumed too much star power. For Jiang Shao, who was at Stardust Stage Level 9, his star power would be completely depleted after 5 green glow. While absorbing the star beads, Jiang Shao walked towards second last, who had stopped abruptly. At this moment, the soil had already turned into normal soil and was no longer flexible. However, second last had a clear understanding of her own abilities. She knew that no matter how strong she was, she couldn't achieve the level of green glow that Jiang Shao had achieved. To Jiang Shao, normal soil was easier to smash. At this moment, Jiang Shao transformed into a member of the elite class of Lanxiang Technical School and began digging frantically, opening up a tunnel diagonally downwards. Taking advantage of the fact that the star beads that he had just absorbed were still being replenished with star power, Jiang Shao gained a better control of the fire. After a few consecutive punches, he finally blasted open the door to a new world. Before Jiang Shao could react, second last had already knocked him to the ground like a wild beast, pouncing on a clueless mercenary even though he was fully alert. Although Jiang Shao was only a rookie in the Stardust stage, he was qualified to be second last teammate because of the unprecedented gold quality green glow that had been forcefully enhanced. Han Jianshue's team, including Hai Tianqing, never expected that the usually cheerful Jiang Shao would be the turning point of the battle. At this moment, no one dared to cause trouble or ask Jiang Shao why his green glow was so powerful. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan, on the other hand, knew that Xia Yan's right hand was burning with flames that were providing light. The two of them looked at each other and saw a complicated glint in each other's eyes. Some people couldn't be stopped. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. 10 people slashes, skill point +1. Galaxy 10 kills, skill point +5. Skill points, 59 awesome. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. It seemed that ever since Jiang Shao led Han Jiangxue to second last side, the internal star map had automatically identified the three of them as a team. Jiang Shao seemed to have become the temporary commander of the team. In this deformed team of three, the healer became the vanguard and the melee excavator. The rules awakened. Han Jiangxue became the support and a walking backpack. The rules awakened. Han Jiangxue became the support and a walking backpack. The only melee combatant had almost turned into a beast as well. He had lost his rationality and turned into a ferocious star pet. Logically speaking, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were extremely weak compared to second last. However, both of them had extremely special and powerful star techniques. The two of them relied on their special star techniques to sneak into second last team. In such a battle, the two of them were even more powerful than ordinary Guardians of the Night. Of course, Xia Yan and Li Wei, who were at the same level as Han Jiangxue, were in a much more miserable state. The group of people followed second last and waited for her to stop from time to time to sniff around before continuing on their way. However, everyone ran further and further away, and second last did not ask Jiang Shao to clear the tunnel again. When second last stopped in her tracks again, she was looking diagonally upwards. That seemed to be a good sign. Those who deceived everyone had already been slaughtered, and those who attracted the attention should be punished. He's still alive, second last said in a quivering voice, her crimson eyes much less menacing. Hai Tianqing asked, really? One Tail is still alive? Second last sniffed and said, he's diagonally above us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and support them, Jiang Shao said as he scurried over. For the sake of earning skill points, no. Jiang Shao would do anything to protect his companions. The Han family is the vanguard of the Wasteland Reclaimers. The Guardians of the Night are like brothers. Jiang Xiao, as a descendant of the Wasteland Reclaimers, of course, I have to hold on to my star pet. Chapter 111. Due to the fact that there were groups of white ghouls all over the mountains and wilderness, the mercenary team that was in charge of attracting the firepower on the surface had sealed the top of the mud wall maze. The group of people shuttled back and forth in the complicated maze, while second last took the lead. Jiang Xiao followed behind them and finally returned to his position, which was in the middle of the team. From time to time, he would throw out Bell or cast a blessing on second last after she killed the enemy. Hai Tianqing and Li Wei naturally went to the back of the team to cover for the rest. Jiang Xiao enjoyed the thrill of leapfrogging while winning comfortably all the way. By the time everyone met up with the captain of the firefighting team, Jiang Xiao's skill points had already reached 104 points. As one of the captains of the Guardians of the Night, first last, his abilities were unquestionable. Apart from the slight excitement he felt when he first met second last, he soon regained his composure. From the exchange of information between the captain and second last, Jiang Xiao finally found out that there were other groups of people fighting to protect the snowfield in a place that they didn't know about. Back then, Jiang Xiao had taken the shortest path to the holy ground under second last's lead. They passed through the mountains and reached the holy ground without taking any detours. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao would have seen the Guardians of the Night and the Mercenary Corps everywhere. Logically speaking, the holy ground was the foundation of everything and was of utmost importance. Once it was destroyed, the other space-time tunnels in the snowfield would slowly collapse. Hence, the holy ground would be the place where the enemies would attack the most fiercely. However, in reality, the snowfield was now in chaos. According to First Last, there were already 2 space-time tunnels in the southwest area that had been cut off by the Mercenary Corps. When another light-chasing team arrived and defeated the mercenary team, the space-time tunnel had already collapsed, and the local Guardians of the Night had also suffered heavy casualties. Light-chasing team? It was Jiang Zhao's first time hearing that name. He also finally found out which team second last belonged to. She was from the light-chasing team under the Guardians of the Night. The Guardians of the Night were an extremely special team in China, and the light-chasing team was even more special. They could be called the Guardians of the Night or the Guardians of the Night because that was the name of their army. Of course, they were known as the light-chasing team within the Guardians of the Night. The light chasers were different from the Guardians of the Night. They would not set up a prison in a specific dimensional space. Instead, they were like what Jiang Xiao referred to them in private as the Fire Brigade. They would be there when there was danger in the dimensional space. In comparison, the light-chasing team was a highly mobile team, and it was possible that they would be on standby for a long period of time. Of course, it was more likely that they would receive a mission one day and rush to the battlefield at top speed, only to die instantly. The so-called preparation did not mean going home to prepare for duty, and it was impossible for them to indulge in debauchery. Usually, they would be training or patrolling in some dimensional spaces according to the rotation system to familiarize themselves with the terrain and the local Guardians of the Night. However, the light-chasing team and the Guardians of the Night were that the of the night. Were that they were to that they were of were to be to was that they were to was that of the team. And for example, there were a total of 11 Guardians of the Night in the team of 16 that Jiang Xiao had gathered, but the commander-in-chief was a light chaser. Apart from the captain of second-last team, Jiang Xiao also saw a full team of light chasers. The commander-in-chief of the 16 of them, who was also the commander of the light-chasing team, with a male Rules Awakened who was about 40 years old. Be it the Guardians of the Night or the light chasers, they were all a little surprised to see Jiang Zhao's team. Where did these kids come from? When they heard Second Last explain that the underground mercenary corps that had attacked the holy ground had been completely killed, everyone had an interesting expression on their faces. The male commander, who was about 40 years old, looked at Second Last and then at Hai Tianqing, who was at the end of the team. He then nodded gently in agreement with Second Last's words. The male commander made a prompt decision to lead his team of 4 and a group of guardians of the night into the holy ground to continue guarding the portal. He also hoped that Captain One-Tail could destroy the mercenary corps that were everywhere. The male commander said that they would only withdraw from the holy ground until the grand battle was completely over. Captain One-Tail immediately agreed and joined up with Second Last and Hai Tianqing, who was originally their teammate, to begin providing support according to the information provided by the Guardians of the Night. After leaving the holy ground and the sea of white ghouls, they finally resumed their normal battle mode. To Jiang Zhao's dismay, Captain One-Tail hoped that the team of students could leave the snowfield. Although Captain One-Tail looked cold and aloof, he was very polite and sincerely thanked the children for their efforts. However, everyone could tell that he wanted to get rid of the burdens for the sake of the children's safety. On the other hand, the presence of the children would also disrupt their rhythm. Captain One-Tail had temporarily commandeered Hai Tianqing, who had already been expelled. He would lead the team according to the route given by the Guardians of the Night. Under the premise that the route overlapped, he would escort the team of students to a certain supply point, where the Guardians would take over and escort the students out of the snowfield. Han Jiangxue had no objections to that. In fact, apart from Jiang Xiao, the other 3 had no objections. It was not a battle that they should be participating in at their age and level. Jiang Xiao was the only one who felt a little lost. What a thick thigh. We're going to have to part ways before we can even hug. Points ah. Su Li, Second Last said in a hoarse voice while walking. It turned out that Captain One-Tail's real name was Su Li. So, why didn't anyone address Second Last by her name? Almost everyone that she met would address her as Second Last, even the team members that she was extremely familiar with. They walked in the snowfield and did not choose to cross the snowy mountains again. Instead, they headed all the way to the north. Second Last whispered something into Captain Su Li's ear, but the 5 of them couldn't hear her clearly because of the howling cold wind. However, Su Li turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment, allowing everyone to guess what Second Last meant. Jiang Xiao got an idea. Bring me along. Let me cheer for you from behind. Please bring me along. Second Last thigh is so thick and long. The burly Su Li is also more than 2 meters tall, and his legs can't be too thin. I've already participated in the most difficult battles and won them by surprise. I've had a lot of fun. Now, we're just going around to rescue the Guardians of the Night. Those mercenaries can't be better than those who are attacking the holy ground, right? All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao felt that his arm was being held by someone. He turned around and saw Han Jiangshue's worried expression before his burning gaze faded away. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao gradually calmed down. From Jiang Zhao's point of view, he would gain more from advancing and retreating with a high-level light-chasing team. However, from Han Jiangshue's point of view, Jiang Xiao would find it difficult to learn anything from such battles. Instead, he would face great danger. The benefits and risks were completely disproportionate. He really only had one life. Even if the benefits were proportional to the risks, she would still be worried about Jiang Xiao. Just like Han Jiangxue once said, he's the only one I have. Jiang Xiao was still struggling with himself and thinking about how he should be happy. However, things didn't develop as he imagined. Second Last didn't want to bring Jiang Xiao along at all. She simply whispered a simple sentence into Captain Su Li's ear. However, her words left Su Li speechless. Chapter 112. 17 days later, in the snowfield, Jiang Zhao's team of 4 was holed up in a cave. The cave was very big and crowded with people. A circle of awakened ones sat around the huge bonfire. There were the 4 students of Jiang Zhao's team, as well as some awakened from society. Similarly, there were also plenty of soldiers who were collectively known as the Guardians. Ever since Jiang Zhao's team of 4 was escorted to this supply point by the Light Chasers 17 days ago, he had no choice but to watch the 3 of them leave quickly and gradually disappear in the snow. Okay, how should he put it? Jiang Xiao felt like he had been abandoned after sleeping with her. Have you forgotten that I risked my life for you? I risked my life to go through thick and thin with you. I could go up the snowy mountain and down the tunnel. I could get out of the maze and enter the holy ground. Have you forgotten all these beautiful memories? Do you still remember that old crooked tree beside the holy ground? It's F asterisk king staring at you. You heartless woman. You betrayed your master, you astral pet. I know I'm slow, but you can carry me on your back. What's the use of the arm belt? Is it used to store weapons? It's clearly used as a rope. I can give you blessing when you're tired. I can ring your bell when you're injured. You don't want me anymore when you have high tea on Qing. Wow, I feel terrible. Are you bored? Li Wei stood up from the bonfire and walked towards a bed in the corner of the resting area. Seeing that Jiang Shao was lying down and playing with his fingers, he sat down beside him. Boring. You're just like a prisoner, Jiang Shao said while pursing his lips. Indeed, although they were not prisoners, under such special circumstances, their freedom was restricted by the Guardian Army. There were quite a number of awakened ones staying here. Among them, there was no lack of social experiencers. However, when it came to the restriction of personal freedom, the most they could do was talk about it. In this snowfield, very few people dared to confront the soldiers. After all, this was not the normal and orderly world outside. Jiang Shao did not have the awareness of being a thorn either. Without second last by his side, Jiang Shao could not intimidate others. Hence, his combat power plummeted. His combat power plummeted. His combat power plummeted. After much thought, he realized that Xia Yin was the only one in the team who had the qualifications to be his star pet. He planned to train and nurture Xia Yin well in the future and see if he could train a ferocious star pet. If the four of them were to face the mercenary group, the odds were against them. Apart from Han Jianshui's Sky Smasher, the four of them basically did not have any star techniques that could hurt each other. After all, those mercenaries were all galaxy-stage awakened ones. They were not something that these Stardust and Nebula-stage children could compare to. Second Last could cut through the mercenaries effortlessly and definitely wouldn't let him have any doubts about his own strength. Your green glow is very outstanding. I heard that it's of silver quality, Li Wei said with a smile. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and casually answered. Oh, Li Wei said softly. You rarely light up your star map at any point in time. For example, you didn't light up your star map during the battle with the school tyrant, Gout, Junwei, or even during the battle in the Holy Ground. Jiang Shao froze for a moment, but before he could say anything, he heard some sounds coming from above. The beds in the resting area were bunk beds. Jiang Shao was on the bottom bunk, while Han Jiangxue was on the top bunk. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was sitting on the bed and leaning against the headboard, holding a book that she had borrowed from the Guardian. She placed her other hand on the side of the bed, curled a finger, and gently knocked on the metal plate on the edge of the bed, causing a crisp sound to be heard. Li Wei stood up. Being 177 centimeters tall, he could easily look at Han Jianshue's face. I know you're doing this out of goodwill, because you want to understand Xiaopi's strength better. Han Jiangxue flipped a page of the book with her fair and slender fingers and continued. Xiaopi's strength will be clearly displayed in our battles. We'll get along very well. Okay, Li Wei muttered to himself and did not give a direct response. Han Jiangxue continued. He has a low self-esteem. Ever since he graduated from high school and awakened his star map, he has been mocked by everyone around him. I hope you can understand his difficulties. A person with 9 star slots was indeed the lowest of the low. Li Wei, who had 25 star slots, received all sorts of envy and admiration every day. Naturally, he couldn't understand how an awakened with 9 star slots felt. He had never considered things from such a perspective before. Hence, when Han Jiangxue said those words, Li Wei froze in shock. Jiang Shao was stunned too. What did I hear? Han Jiangxue is actually lying? She's the kind of person who would never lie. Just how much does she care about me? Han Jianshui's cold and aloof face became a protective shield. Li Wei didn't notice her discomfort. After all, she had always been cold and aloof. Jiang Shao took advantage of the situation and laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, I'm indeed a little traumatized. Even when I was in the Holy Ground, I still felt reluctant to show my star map. I've been mocked too many times. In fact, there were some contradictions in his words. When Jiang Shao first came into contact with Li Wei and sparred with him, he once lit up his star map for the sake of testing if the strongest silver-quality green glow could break Li Wei's shield. Xia Yin, who was lying on the bed next door, looked at Li Wei with pity. She watched as Li Wei was deceived by the demon siblings, only to be glared at by Han Jiangxue all of a sudden. Xia Yin subconsciously cringed and stuck her tongue out at Han Jiangxue while giggling. Next, Xia Yin strode towards Han Jiangxue's bed and snuggled in her arms while Han Jiangxue stared at her in disdain. "What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" "Evolution by devouring. I borrowed it from the soldiers. The people in the book are similar to us. They have special abilities." Han Jiangxue answered casually and pushed Xia Yin's head. In the end, she gave up on the urge to kick Xia Yin off the bed because of her coquettish behavior. "Is that so? Are there any special abilities that overlap with ours?" Xia Yin asked with interest. The female protagonist's lava form is similar to second last star technique in the Holy Ground. I reckon the author of this book has seen such a star technique in real life. Han Jiangxue shook her head. Xia Yin pursed her lips and said, "This author is really lazy. He actually copied it into the book." "The male protagonist is quite interesting," Han Jiangxue said casually. Han Jiang Shao sat up straight and asked, "What kind of man are you interested in?" Han Jiangxue stomped her foot, after which a loud thud came from the bed, seemingly warning Jiang Shao. The male protagonist seems to have a high IQ. He's good at reasoning, analyzing, and is proficient in psychology, criminal psychology, micro-expressions. Jiang Shao asked, "Do you like people who can read minds? How tiring would it be to be with such people?" Han Jiangxue said calmly, "I just know what kind of extracurricular books I should choose for you." "Well said," Jiang Shao said firmly. "I choose the 5-year college entrance examination and the 3-year mock exam. Everyone, pay attention." The soldiers' voices suddenly sounded from afar. "You have half an hour to prepare. We'll set off for Earth." His words made the people in the supply point get excited. On the upper bunk, Xia Yin lay on Han Jiangxue's body and stuck her head out while holding onto the edge of the metal bed. Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao with a grin and said, "You said it yourself. I'll buy it for you." Chapter 113. On Earth, Jianan Town had been completely sealed off. There were people from all walks of life outside Jianan Town. Some were there to watch the fun. Some were news reporters, some were volunteer teams, some were parents of students, and there were even some were family members of the experiencers. In the past 10 days, the students of Jiangbin High School walked out of Jianan Village one after another, and the onlookers also had a feast for their eyes. It was really a feast for the eyes. Due to the fact that the students had chosen the safest route in the Northwest, most of them managed to walk out safely under the escort of the Guardians. However, there were more experiencers who were training in various areas of the snowfield. Every time a person walked out of the snowfield and was allowed to walk out of Jianan Village after a strict inspection, they would attract a large number of onlookers. Some of them were crying, some were laughing, some were arguing, and some were making a ruckus. There were 4 people in a team, and their families were gathered together. 2 of them showed up, while the other 2 never returned. Extreme emotions were displayed on the faces of the people who were close to them. It made them feel emotional. People always said that China was a society of relationships and relationships. Very few people denied that, but this time, the military seemed to have issued a strict order. Even Xia Shanhai, a former member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, could not enter Jianan Village and had no choice but to wait outside obediently. Xia Shanhai also saw some familiar figures. He saw the parents of his daughter's classmates and also saw them leaving with their children who were still in shock with tears streaming down their faces. The number of parents decreased one by one, and in the end, Xia Shanhai saw that there was only one family of parents who had yet to wait for their children to return. They were from the Li family. In the past month, Li Changsho's father still hadn't appeared, and he reckoned that he should be carrying out a mission. However, Li Changsho's mother, a public official of the Jiangbin City Procuratorate, had been waiting there for a long time. The strong mother looked haggard and dispirited, but she had never cried. She had been waiting for a miracle to appear while being accompanied by her loved ones. There was a girl who cried until her eyes were red and swollen. As time passed, the girl seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Xia Shanhai knew her. As Xia Yan's father, he cared about his daughter very much, even though he didn't communicate much with her. He had done a thorough investigation on the family backgrounds of the members of his daughter's team. The girl who had cried until her tears dried up was Li Qingmei. She was the childhood sweetheart of the Li family's son. Her parents had accompanied her for a few days, but in the end, her father forcibly brought her back for the sake of taking care of her. However, after a few days, she ran over again and stayed there foolishly. Li Qingmei's parents now took turns to look after their daughter, and they no longer forced her to go home. They also asked for leave from school. Seeing their daughter becoming haggard day by day, their parents felt pain in their hearts. If Li Wei could really get out of it, his parents would probably do their best to interfere with his future. The Li of families, of the other of Ji of Bai, and of the of Xia Shanhai, was considered an insider. Relatively speaking, he had a better understanding of the dangers of being an awakened. Although he understood, his heart was also bleeding. His wife, who was beside him, had already lost a lot of weight. She was holding on with a glimmer of hope until she received some real news. Regardless of whether the news was good or bad, Xia Shanhai could predict that the moment his wife's tense nerves relaxed a little, it would be the beginning of a serious illness. Amidst the noisy crowd, there was an ordinary-looking man who had been standing there all this while. He was just like an ordinary citizen who joined in the fun. He had an ordinary face, his hair was combed in the middle, and he was wearing a slightly worn-out brown leather jacket. He was about 180 centimeters tall, and no one noticed him when he was in the crowd. All of a sudden, the eyes of the man in the brown leather jacket lit up as he saw a group of people slowly walking out of the entrance of Jiannan village. All of a sudden, the people who were guarding there got into an uproar. The team of volunteers was the loudest, and they cheered, whistled, and waved the small Chinese flag, as if they were welcoming their compatriots who had returned safely from overseas. For the families of the awakened, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. One by one, the scenes of people reuniting with each other or crying while hugging each other were presented in front of everyone. As the awakened were taken away one by one, the volunteers immediately stepped forward and forcefully pushed away the reporters who had placed their microphones in the mouths of the awakened. Volunteers surrounded the awakened who had not been taken away. They gave them clothes and food and drove vehicles to send these awakened who had no one to welcome them home or to the hospital. Every time someone walked out, it would be a huge blow to Li Qingmei. Her great expectations were met with great disappointment. She still didn't see Li Wei in the team. She simply felt dazed, and her legs became unstable. She tilted her body and fell into her mother's arms. Li Qingmei's mother and Li Wei's mother were colleagues, and both of them were equally depressed. However, they had no choice but to support Li Qingmei. Just when Li Qingmei felt that the whole world was about to leave her, the familiar sounds of cheering filled the air again. She had heard such sounds countless times before. Someone came out again. Li Qingmei felt that there was a glimmer of light in the darkness in front of her. She held onto her mother's shoulder and tried her best to stand up. She then looked past the crowd and saw a familiar figure. Li Qingmei was dumbfounded, and she stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Li Wei's mother, who had always been strong, covered her mouth with one hand. At this moment, tears gushed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Li Wei pushed the crowd away and dashed forward quickly. Xia Yan also saw her parents and her mother, who looked anxious and worried. She hurriedly scurried over. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue looked at each other and felt a little complicated when they saw such a scene. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, a group of unfamiliar young people quickly surrounded the siblings and asked about their well-being. The siblings were a little touched and confused at the same time. Xiaopi! Xiaopi! Xia Yan shrieked from afar. Jiang Xiao hurriedly pushed the crowd away, only to see that Xia Yan was hugging a middle-aged woman who had fainted and was yelling anxiously. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave her a blessing. Over here, Xiaopi. Li Wei's voice was heard too. Jiang Shao looked over, only to see that Li Wei was hugging Li Qingmei, who was crying so hard that she was about to convulse, with his left hand and his mother in his arms. At the side, Li Qingmei's mother, who was also Li Wei's future mother-in-law, was also stroking Li Wei's arm with reddened eyes and an agitated expression. We're already miserable enough, and you're still trying to show me that you're a winner in life. Despite complaining, Jiang Shao took the opportunity to give Li Qingmei a ray of blessing. Accompanied by Li Qingmei's beautiful and alluring voice, Jiang Shao felt that the entire world had quieted down. Among the crowd who were watching the fun from afar, a man in a brown leather jacket smiled and turned around to leave. As the man got into a taxi, the driver in front said, "I really hope our people are safe and sound. These people are really pitiful." "Yes," the driver asked. "Where are we going?" The man said, "Dongqing District, Huayuan Estate." Before Jiang Shao and his sister were sent home by the school, the man in the brown leather jacket returned to Huayuan Estate, got into the elevator, and went straight to the 7th floor. Chapter 114. Jiangbin City, Dongqing District, Room 701, Building G7, Huayuan Estate. At this moment, Han Jiangxue walked out of the bathroom while holding a towel in one hand and drying her long, black hair. Her face was flushed like a tempting peach that made one want to take a bite out of it. When Jiang Shao saw Han Jiangxue pushing open the door to his room, he felt his heart beating faster. After staying in the snowfield for a month, even the white ghoul, which felt that she was rather good-looking, let alone the aloof and pure Jiang Shao. Her rosy cheeks made her cold and aloof aura seem much gentler and more human. "Are you done showering?" Han Jiangxue asked while drying her hair and sitting on Jiang Zhao's single bed. "Ah, I've showered a long time ago," Jiang Shao answered. Han Jiangxue had showered in the bathroom in his parents' bedroom, while Jiang Shao had showered in the bathroom in the living room. "Accompany me to get a haircut later," Han Jiangxue said as she pulled a corpse out of Sky Smasher. The heartwarming scene was immediately disrupted as a corpse appeared on the floor of Jiang Zhao's room. "When we were in the snowfield, second last threw him into my Sky Smasher, but she didn't ask me for it when she left," Han Jiangxue said. "This person has a high status in the mercenary corps. He's made of steel and should have a lot of practical star techniques." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "But my endurance can be upgraded. It's already of gold quality now. I have very few star slots to begin with, so I don't have the capital to waste it." "Is it really of gold quality now?" Han Jiangxue sighed softly. "Yeah." Jiang Shao didn't have to hide anything from Han Jiangxue. Hence, he immediately lit up his star map. The dreamy Big Dipper star map appeared vaguely on his body, and the second star slot was emitting a faint golden light. Han Jiangxue stared at the gold-quality star slot with a slightly dazed gaze. My brother didn't lie indeed. Indeed, he has godlike special abilities. Han Jiangxue murmured. "In the future, you have to be careful about lighting up your star map." Jiang Shao smiled and said nonchalantly, "I'm already used to hiding. Don't worry. Remember when we were in the Holy Ground? No matter how dangerous it was, I knew how to protect myself and didn't light up the star map." Han Jiangxue sighed and said, "Fortunately, you're not a rules awakened." Jiang Shao said, "By the way, second last, and I have slaughtered similar mercenaries before. According to our current physical strength, it would be difficult for us to break through this corpse's defense." Han Jiangxue pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's a problem." The siblings were staring at a treasure trove, but they didn't have the ability to open it. Wow, he felt terrible. "Before going to the Holy Ground, our team killed a few mercenaries and obtained 4 star beads. You can take a look at the star techniques inside." Han Jiangxue took out 4 star beads from Sky Smasher and handed them to Jiang Shao. She had obtained those star beads when she broke out of the encirclement. "There are exactly 4 star beads for the 4 members of our team. Choose one first," Han Jiangxue said. Jiang Shao grabbed the star beads that were emitting a faint glow, after which a large amount of information surged into his mind. Unsurprisingly, they all started with the word mud. There were a bunch of offensive star techniques and control-type star techniques that required him to connect to the soil. For someone like Jiang Xiao, who had very few star slots, it was indeed a little difficult for him. How are these star techniques? Good, of course they're good. However, Jiang Xiao was a little reluctant to give up his star slots. Firstly, Jiang Xiao didn't think that he would be going to Russia in the near future. He didn't think that going to Russia to carry out missions would be the norm if he joined a team after graduating from high school. From the perspective of large quantity, Jiang Xiao felt that these star techniques were inferior to the star techniques of the white ghouls. After experiencing the baptism of gold-quality green glow, Jiang Xiao had completely recognized the truth. Since the star beads were not easy to obtain, Jiang Xiao might as well go to the trading firm to look for star beads that were extremely cheap and could be purchased in bulk. As long as the attributes of the star beads were not bad, they would become one of the remaining 6 star slots that Jiang Xiao had. Faced with the silver-quality star techniques, Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't feel any medical star techniques." "Okay," Han Jiangxue answered calmly, seemingly having expected that outcome. "If nothing goes wrong, these are all star beads of the galaxy stage awakened, which will be very helpful for you to break through to the nebula stage. Giving them to me would be a waste," Jiang Xiao said. "I'll give you this one and see if it can help you break through to the middle of the nebula stage. If it doesn't work, you can keep one for yourself. It'll be even better if you break through. You can keep it and continue to help you break through when you're in the late nebula stage." "Xiaopi." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao quietly, feeling a little touched. "If we want to win the Beijing Provincial High School League safely, we really have to improve our strength," Han Jiangxue said softly. Jiang Xiao picked out 2 star beads of the 12 and 13 star techniques and handed them to Han Jiangxue. "Okay, of course I hope that you become stronger." Han Jiangxue leaned forward and reached out to rub Jiang Xiao's head. Jiang Xiao took a step back and thought to himself, "There's a corpse lying in the room. Can you not make the atmosphere so warm? It feels so weird." Jiang Xiao frowned and pondered. "What should I do with this guy?" Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we give it to Xia Yin and get her father to tear the head apart? It seems that we can only—" Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked up at Han Jiangxue with a burning gaze. Han Jiangxue subconsciously tugged her white nightgown down to cover her long and beautiful legs. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Han Jiangxue said, "Speak. Activate Sky Smasher," Jiang Xiao said. "Okay." Han Jiangxue waved her hand casually, and layers of space overlapped in front of Jiang Zhao's door, like the reflection of a shattered mirror. The scene was rather magical. Jiang Xiao dragged the corpse's hands and threw them into Sky Smasher. However, he did not let go. Jiang Xiao continuously adjusted the angle and distance and threw the corpse's hands in two. However, he grabbed the corpse's head and slowly moved it outwards. When the corpse's entire body disappeared in Sky Smasher, leaving only the head on Earth, Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "Close Sky Smasher." Han Jiangxue's beautiful eyes glistened as she stared at Jiang Xiao quietly, making him feel uncomfortable. "Little Jiangxue?" Jiang Xiao used the wavy skin technique again to resolve the awkwardness. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and said, "My father's surname is Han, and my mother's surname is Jiang. My first name is Shui." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Don't mention my name to me. Don't you know the origin of my name?" "Hee hee." Han Jiangxue smirked and seemed to have thought of the golden retriever that liked to laugh. She quickly put away Sky Smasher. Screech, the gold-quality Sky Smasher was a space backpack that could kill, but it was forcefully turned into a dimensional space slash by the siblings. No matter how sturdy the corpse was, it was torn apart by the 2 dimensions. Jiang Xiao grabbed the large head and saw that its neck had been cut off, causing blood and flesh to flow out. "Wow, let's go to the bathroom, shall we? This is too bloody." Jiang Zhao's expression was a little sullen. However, what made Jiang Xiao feel even more complicated was that he seemed to have truly integrated into the awakened profession. A few months ago, he was still an ordinary person living in an ordinary world. Now, he had not only killed someone, but he was also dissecting a corpse. Why do I feel like a butcher? Jiang Shao muttered. However, the corpse in his hand belonged to the enemy who invaded China. Hence, Jiang Shao did not feel guilty at all. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and was amazed by his ingenious dissection technique. Chapter 115. After coming out of the hairdresser's shop, Jiang Shao felt like he had changed and become a new person. Han Jiangxue seemed to be in a good mood, or perhaps she wanted to celebrate their escape from death. Hence, she decided to go shopping with Jiang Shao. Judging from this, Jiang Shao could tell that she was just thrifty and not very poor. The two of them walked around a few shops, and Jiang Shao had already come up with a set of clothes. I don't really understand your taste. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao's sweater with a frown. In the end, she couldn't convince Jiang Shao or the staff member to buy it for him. He was wearing a red and white checkered hoodie and a pair of jeans. The brand was not expensive and only cost 100 yuan, which was considered cheap and comfortable. Of course, he couldn't afford to wear AJ's shoes, but he could still match it with a pair of sneakers. Han Jiangxue looked at the red and white checkered hoodie in front of her and thought to herself, gaudy. However, Jiang Shao felt that a 16-year-old should act like one. Not only did he have to be carefree, but he also had to be recognizable at a glance. Jiang Shao felt that there was a need for him to sell some star beads. If he was lucky enough to encounter a white ghoul, which again, when he went to the snowfield next time, he would have to keep a white ghoul which star bead and sell it at the trading firm. He would only feel more secure if he had money in his pocket. Jiang Shao was not an ordinary awakened, and he did not need to pay 50,000 yuan to enter the snowfield. Besides, his team was strong enough. Although the chances of encountering a white ghoul, which were low, they would definitely run into one. Jiang Shao could shamelessly split the white ghoul, which star bead into 4, and give it to the team. Instead, he decided to keep it for himself. TSK, perfect. 200,000 yuan seemed to be waving at him. It's autumn. Time to change, Jiang Shao said casually. It was already the beginning of October, and summer was nowhere to be seen, no matter how warm the global climate was. By the way, did the school give us a week off? Jiang Shao continued to shop with Han Jiangxue. She was born beautiful and tall, so she was indeed a perfect clothes rack. She looked good in everything she wore. However, Han Jiangxue seemed to be very thrifty and did not go on a shopping spree. In the end, she bought a beige trench coat. Jiang Shao sighed and thought, what a good kid. I'll sell a white ghoul which star bead later and buy you an expensive coat. Okay, Xia Shanhai invited us to his house for dinner tonight. Remember to call him Uncle Xia. Han Jiangxue grabbed the bag and said casually, from tomorrow onward, I'll tutor you at home. Jiang Shao subconsciously wanted to help her take her pocket, but when he heard this, he retracted his hand again. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao with a smirk and tossed the bag to him. The two of them walked aimlessly on Central Street. Stepping on this special stone street, they felt the beauty of life. The bustling streets were indeed able to dissipate the bone-chilling coldness of the snowfield. Summer was finally over, and the girls on the street were wearing more and more clothes. Xiao, Jiang, and boy, Xia Shao, and Jiang. And Xia Jiang he, and he. Xia, to Xia, he, I Jiang. Xia, Shao, comma. However, the estate was located in the center of Jiangbin City, and he reckoned that it wouldn't be cheap. At 6 a.m., the two of them knocked on Xia Shanhai's door, punctually under Han Jiangxue's lead. The person who opened the door was a beautiful middle-aged woman who was smiling amiably and had an outstanding aura. Jiang Shao knew that she was Xia Yan's mother, Heziyun. She was extremely friendly towards Han Jiangxue, and there seemed to be a hint of gratitude in her smile. Apart from the fondness of an elder towards an outstanding junior, she also seemed to be grateful to her benefactor. Xia Yan probably said something to her after returning home. Hurry and come in, Jiangxue, the beautiful woman said, while looking at the flamboyant child behind her. The beautiful woman was slightly stunned for a moment, but she did not show any unusual expression. She did not have the demeanor that the old couple used to have in private. Instead, she smiled and said, "Xiaopi, you've grown taller." Grown taller? Is that considered a form of politeness? It's just like when you see a female classmate and say, "You've lost weight again," regardless of the truth. The other party should be very happy, right? I've indeed grown taller. Xiaoyan popped out too and walked towards Jiang Xiao. She then pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and slid it down to her own forehead. Xiaoyan was taken aback and a little confused. She took a step back and scanned Jiang Xiao from head to toe. After a while, she pointed at Jiang Xiao and exclaimed, "Take off your shoes." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "Child, you're blocking the door. How are they going to come in and change their shoes?" The beautiful woman asked while glaring at Xia Yin in reproach. "But you've indeed grown taller." As everyone entered the house, Xia Yin moved closer to Jiang Xiao. This time, the two of them were wearing the same slippers. Hence, no one could cheat. "Oh, I'll measure it later." Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. He was 16 years old and was at the age where he was growing taller. If he couldn't grow taller now, it would be difficult for him in the future. Xia Shanhai was still drinking tea on the balcony and acting like the head of the family when the deranged Xia Yin brought Jiang Xiao into the house to measure his height. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue was still reliable. She went to the balcony to visit Xia Shanhai. TSK. Net height of 174 centimeters. Xia Yin pressed Jiang Xiao against the door frame of her house, where there were many horizontal lines with the height and date written on them. "It's about the same height as I was in year 3 of middle school." Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "You're already in year 3 of high school now. 3 years have passed, and I'm about the same height as you were in year 3 of middle school." "Shut up," Xia Yin muttered and pushed Jiang Xiao away. She then stood beside the door frame and said, "Help me take a look." This time, Jiang Xiao tilted his head and looked at it, only to see that it was year 1 of high school. In the end, it was fixed at 176 centimeters. Xia Yin was probably 3 or 4 centimeters taller than when she was in year 1. "What are you waiting for? Go and find a ruler to measure it. There's one in the study table over there," Xia Yin said while looking at Jiang Xiao, who was measuring. After her height was measured, Xia Yin was much happier. The distance between the 176 centimeters horizontal line and the top of her head was 1 centimeter, 179, 1 cm. The premise was that her 176 centimeters horizontal line was real. Regardless of how elated Xia Yin was, Jiang Xiao was elated too. It seemed that during the past month in the snowfield, he had been training hard despite not eating much. Besides, under the nourishment of the star beads, his height had increased by 2 centimeters. At this rate, it wouldn't be a dream for him to be 8 meters tall. "Did you split from your parents in year 1 of high school? Did you move out?" Jiang Xiao asked. Xia Yin froze for a moment and immediately thought of the height mark on the doorframe. She pressed her hand against Jiang Zhao's head and rubbed it forcefully. "You're indeed a little smart. Let's stop talking about this." Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Judging from the tense relationship between Xia Shanhai and Xia Yin, he reckoned that Xia Yin and her father probably had a deep conflict that year. Xia Yin's mother, Heziyun, was very gentle and kind to Jiang Xiao, regardless of how she evaluated Jiang Xiao in her heart. During the meal, she even specially thanked Jiang Xiao for giving her the blessings. Jiang Xiao secretly chuckled and thought, "You should be glad that you fainted. If you were sober, you probably wouldn't thank me like this." Jiang Xiao was not making wild guesses. There was a basis for it. Li Qingmei had already asked Jiang Xiao several times on WeChat, saying that she wanted to have a good talk with him. Jiang Xiao is such a brave person who isn't afraid of the white ghouls and mercenaries. Why would he be afraid of an ordinary woman? Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao changed Li Qingmei's WeChat to Do Not Disturb mode. He still hadn't dared to reply to her yet. Before he was done with his meal, his cell phone rang again. Jiang Xiao secretly took out his mobile phone and looked at his WeChat, only to discover that Li Qingmei had sent him a few more messages, and the notification was from Li Wei. 59. to Longstreet. Help me. Please reply to her message. Jiang Xiaopi was dumbfounded. 59 to Longstreet. I'm going crazy because of her. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not? Well, she's your girlfriend. If you don't suffer, who will? 59 to Longstreet. There were a lot of people that day, and she was indeed embarrassed. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous. Didn't you ask me to give her my blessings? Should I blame you? Why are you blaming me? 59 to Longstreet. But it was your light that made her make strange noises. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not? So you're trying to matchmake us now? 59 to Longstreet. Jiang Xiao. Pi. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not? Love is a ray of light that makes you panic. Chapter 116. Snow was originally an ideal place for the junior awakened to train, but I didn't expect this to happen. Xia Shanhai's voice was calm, and he looked at Han Jiangxue solemnly. He continued, I still have to thank Jiangxue for bringing Yin Yin out. Jiang Xiao put away his mobile phone and continued to gorge himself on the stewed beans and pork ribs. He almost spat out the food when he heard her address him as Yin Yin. Uncle Xia, you must be joking. We only managed to get out of the predicament because we worked together. Besides, we weren't strong enough, and it was mostly thanks to the efforts of the Guardians of the Night and the Guardians, Han Jiangxue answered. I heard from Yin Yin about everything you guys went through. It was indeed very dangerous. You and Xiaopi both helped a lot. If it weren't for you two, I'm afraid no one in this team would have been able to get out. Xia Shanhai shook his head and interrupted Han Jiangxue's humility. I've prepared a small gift for you too. You must accept it later. No, Uncle Xia, Han Jiangxue rejected without hesitation. Child, how many years has it been? You've never accepted our kindness. Her mother, Hiziyun, looked at Han Jiangxue lovingly and said, We know that you're very strong, and we didn't deliberately help you in the past few years. However, Jiangxue, you have to know that your parents and Xia Shanhai are teammates. They're brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Xia Shanhai waved his hand and said, Now that the two of you have become teammates with Yin Yin again, you'll encounter more difficult and dangerous missions in the future. The team will only have more combat effectiveness if your strength increases. It's a good thing for both you and Yin Yin. Hiziyun reached out and gently held Han Jiangxue's palm. She said, Money shouldn't be too important to you awakened. Besides, putting aside the relationship between your parents and Xia Shanhai, you can take this gift as a thank you gift. My daughter is a priceless treasure to me. I really don't know how to thank you. Why do you make it sound like Xia Yin is useless? The old couple saw the opportunity and wanted to make it up to her. Jiang Xiao felt that it was all because of the relationship between Xia Shanhai and his parents. Jiang Xiao wanted to see what the thank you gift was like. If it were 200 yuan, Jiang Xiao would definitely be a noble and unyielding person. Absolutely not. If it was a diamond quality star bead, Jiang Xiao would definitely take advantage of the situation and accept it. After all, the guest had to do as the host wished. This was the traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Xia Shanhai seemed to know what Han Jiangxue was thinking and said, You can also think of this as an investment. It's the Xia family's investment in you and your brother. You and Yin Yin are in the same team, so don't decline it anymore. By the way, did you give Xia Yan shit her? Jiang Xiao asked as he touched her arm and helped her out of the predicament. Han Jiangxue nodded and waved her hand, after which she took out a star bead from the overlapping space and handed it to Xia Yan. We killed 4 galaxy stage mercenaries together. This belongs to you. Let's find a chance to break through to the middle of the nebula stage together. Xia Yan's eyes glistened. The star beads of creatures of other dimensions contained plenty of star techniques and star power. However, in comparison, the star beads of humans contain more star power. It was a star bead of an awakened in the galaxy stage, which was more than enough to help Xia Yin break through to the middle of the nebulous stage. In fact, it was a little wasteful, and she felt that she should save it for the peak of the nebulous stage before absorbing it. For a student like Xia Yin, it was difficult for her to come into contact with such incidents. The mercenary star bead was really too precious. Of course, ideals were beautiful, but reality would be cruel. Too many people would get stuck at a certain stage of star power and be unable to improve for the rest of their lives. Take it. Compared to the Xia family, Han Jiangxue was more domineering. She tossed the star bead to Xia Yin and said, "I'll give you Wei share when school reopens." The 4 star beads were killed when they rushed out of the cave tunnel. The Guardians of the Night were, of course, the credit goes to the Guardians of the Night. However, I didn't ask for it, so how could Han Jiangxue possibly give it to them? In addition, Han Jiangxue had also dissected the iron-like corpse of the mercenary leader who had been thrown into Sky Smasher by second last. Jiang Xiao saw the familiar gold-quality star techniques, Mud River and Mud Marsh. Of course, he also found a special gold-quality star technique, Body of Steel. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Jiang Xiao decided not to absorb the star bead in the end, because he felt that the star technique would overlap with his endurance star technique. After the quality of endurance increased, its defensive effects should not be inferior to Body of Steel. Of course, it was mainly because Jiang Xiao was a weakling who only had 9-star slots. The Xiao family couple smiled when they saw what was happening in front of them. They could see Han Jiangshue's attitude towards her teammates from that small gesture. It was obvious how valuable the star beads of an awakened in the galaxy stage were. Iziyun also stood up. She initially wanted to give the siblings a thank you gift during tea after the meal, but it seemed that it was a good opportunity. Iziyun soon returned with 2 small square boxes and placed them in front of the siblings. Jiang Xiao was filled with complicated emotions. If there's a diamond ring in the red square box in front of me, what should I do? Should I agree to this marriage or not? Previously at home, Xia Yin had taught Jiang Xiao a lesson angrily and said that Xia Shanhai had agreed to let her be with him. Xia Yin widened her eyes and blinked. Acting cute, she said, "Take it, Xue. We're a team, and the stronger we are, the better we can get. Only then can we better deal with danger. Just like Xia? My dad said, we're bound together." Han Jiangxue opened the red square box, only to see that it wasn't a diamond ring. Instead, it was a star bead. If one were to hold it in their hands and feel it carefully, they would be able to tell that it was a gold-quality star bead based on the amount of star power contained in it. Han Jiangxue put the star bead back into the small box and said, "This gift is too precious." Jiang Zhao's heart sank, and he thought, "Don't, my prideful little Jiangxue. At this moment, we should go along with the host's wishes. We can't reject her kindness. Xia Yin only managed to escape with our help. Her life is worth more than just 2 gold-quality star beads." Jiang Xiao opened the small square box in front of him, only to see that it was indeed a gold-quality star bead. Xia Yin said, "My dad has already given it to me as a reward for surviving the calamity. I haven't absorbed it yet, so I'm going to wait for a good opportunity to see if I can get a gold-quality star technique." Xia Shanhai was really frightened this time. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he had pondered over the painful experience during the long, month-long wait and was filled with regret. He probably wouldn't be able to forget the feeling of worry for the rest of his life. Hence, Xia Shanhai went all out and asked his former colleagues from the Wasteland Reclaimers for a few gold-quality star beads. Pride was really not as important as his daughter's life. Jiang Xiao stretched his finger out and gently touched the gold-quality star bead. Xia Shanhai's expression did not change, but he was amused and annoyed deep down. "What's this? This star bead isn't a toad. It won't jump if you touch it." As soon as Jiang Xiao touched the star bead, a piece of information appeared in his mind. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but pant. Gold quality medical star technique. Oh my god, this is too exciting, isn't it? You shouldn't be called Xia Shanhai. You should be called Xia Xueben. Do these 2 old people really treat me as their son-in-law? Jiang Xiao turned to look at Xia Yin. "I'll treat you as my star pet." Chapter 117. White Crown Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Pure White Scepter. Create a scepter with star power and restore the vitality of units within a certain range. The duration of the scepter's effect is determined by the user's star power. Gold, upgradable, gray-white scepter. Create a scepter with star power and restore star power within a certain range. The duration of the scepter's effect is determined by the user's star power. Gold, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Oh my god, this is incredible. Jiang Xiao retracted his finger, feeling a little conflicted. Is this the star technique that teacher Hai Tianqing used before? Jiang Xiao had seen the scepter that emitted white light in the holy ground. His vitality had also been restored by the star technique before, and it felt great. However, there was also a problem. The star technique, called Pure White Scepter, seemed to overlap with his Blessing Star technique. Although the Pure White Scepter was an area of effect star technique that could heal many people at the same time, the duration of the scepter's duration was also freely controlled by the user. However, Jiang Xiao felt that as long as the quality of his Blessing Star technique continued to increase, the effect would definitely not be inferior to that of the Pure White Scepter. Jiang Xiao was in a team of 4 and was not part of the Guardians. Hence, the range of star techniques did not seem to be practical. The second one was called the Ash White Scepter. It can restore star power. As the user of the scepter, Jiang Xiao would definitely be within the range of the scepter. So, the user can also recover star power. It seemed to be a good star technique, but as long as there were sufficient star beads, the star technique seemed to be replaceable. The more serious problem was that there was no star technique similar to imprint in the star bead. That was to say, the scepter couldn't restore vitality and star power to specific targets according to the mark. Within the range of influence of the scepter, everyone's vitality and star power would be restored. Wouldn't the enemy be delighted? Such a wide-range star technique would probably have to be used in military battles in order to show its effects. For Jiang Xiao's team of 4, they weren't as domineering as he imagined. Jiang Xiao did not know the specific range of the scepter's radiation, but according to the Pure White Scepter that Hai Tianqing had inserted, the entire holy ground was covered. As a gold-quality star technique, its range was definitely not small. It was indeed a good star technique that was of high quality and had strong effects. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao finally decided to give up on the star bead. He only had 6 star slots left in his star map, and he still wanted a control-type star technique, as well as an output star technique that could truly kill and kill. Blessings and Bell were more than enough to heal this 4-man team. After a while, he would discuss it with Han Jiangxue and go to the dimensional space near the volcanoes. The 10 lava ghoul which star beads would be enough to upgrade Bell and imprint to gold quality. By then, Jiang Zhao's milk would be even more abundant. It comes from the Zhongmun grassland, a special dimensional space where there are some humanoid creatures of other dimensions. This star bead comes from the brain of White Crown. It has 2 scepter-type star techniques that can restore the vitality and star power of teammates. Compared to the blessing of the White Ghoul, which it's much more effective, Xiao Shanhai explained while looking at Jiang Xiao. Why do you say that the dimensional space is special? Aren't they all special? Jiang Xiao asked. It's too dangerous there, and it's not open to the public. Only some special troops can enter. So, the space is very special, and so is this star bead. Although Xia Shanhai's expression did not change, he seemed to be rather smug. That meant that the star bead was precious. However, to Jiang Xiao, it was a death sentence for the star bead. No matter how high its quality was or how effective its effects were, Jiang Xiao would not want it if it was extremely rare. The more precious something was, the more Jiang Xiao could not look at it. The cheaper and more abundant it was, the more Jiang Xiao had to pounce on it to snatch it. It's too precious. I can't take it, Jiang Xiao said as he pushed the small square box forward and reached out to grab Han Jiangxue's. Blue Crown Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Light Blue Scepter. Creates a scepter with star power that will attack the units within a certain range. The duration of the scepter's duration is determined by the user's star power. Gold Quality, Upgradable 2. Dark Blue Scepter. Creates and controls a scepter with star power that will attack specific targets with thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning will scatter in all directions and continue to damage the surrounding units. The duration of the scepter's duration is determined by the user's star power. Gold quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? A range star technique and a single target star technique? Besides, both star techniques have to be summoned in the form of a scepter. The so-called dark blue scepter seemed to be more controllable than the light blue scepter. At the very least, it would not accidentally hurt his teammates under the control of star power. The dark blue scepter and the light blue scepter were both gold quality star techniques. In other words, although they were different in form, their power should be similar. Even if one of them was more powerful, it would at most be a quantitative change. There shouldn't be a qualitative difference. Xiaopi. Xia Shanhai pretended to be unhappy and was about to say something, but Jiang Xiao changed the topic. It's hard to turn down your hospitality. Why don't we take one? Jiang Xiao suddenly said. Xia Shanhai was speechless. To Jiang Xiao, the more precious a star bead was, the less valuable it would be. However, to Han Jiangxue, a normal awakened, the precious star bead was enough to occupy one of her star slots. Be it light blue or dark blue, if Han Jiangxue could absorb them, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Xiao said, "Sister, don't make things difficult for Uncle and Auntie. Let's just take one. I'm just a rookie in the Stardust stage, and it would be a waste of a gold-quality star bead. There's not much chance of success. However, you're different. Your strength and qualifications are all there. You've already absorbed a gold-quality star technique. Since you have one, you can definitely get a second one." Jiang Xiao continued. "This time you can give it a try when you break through to the middle of the nebulous stage. If you're afraid of wasting it, you can wait until our team absorbs it before the National League. By then, you should be stronger and get a good ranking. You'll get bonus points for the exam, and we'll all have a better future." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao silently. No one could guess what she was thinking. It was because she was recalling the way he addressed her as sister just now. How long has it been? How many months has it been? She hadn't heard Jiang Xiao address her as sister for a long time. He would usually call her by her name, and sometimes he would even address her as little Jiangxue because he was so mischievous. Han Jiangxue froze in shock when she suddenly heard him address her as sister. Jiang Xiao felt that if he hadn't wanted to put on an act in front of the Xia couple, he wouldn't have addressed her that way. Seeing that Han Jiangxue was staring at him in a daze, Jiang Xiao stretched out his 5 fingers and waved them in front of her. "Sister, okay." Han Jiangxue subconsciously agreed to Jiang Zhao's request, seemingly because her subconscious was causing her to agree to her brother's request. Immediately afterwards, Han Jiangxue realized that something was amiss, and her fair and tender face was filled with confusion. She asked softly, "What did you say to me just now?" This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. "Is this still my cold and aloof sister? Why is she so naturally adorable? She's so cute and muddle-headed. Oh my God, women." Chapter 118. Jiang Xiao did not want the white crown star bead, partly because of the overlapping star techniques and the fact that the star technique could not differentiate between friend and foe. If he wanted to separate the effects of the star techniques, he would probably have to waste another star slot to absorb the related star techniques. He had fewer star slots, so he had to choose carefully. On the other hand, if it was a star technique that could restore one's health and mana, Jiang Xiao already had a better choice. Although Jiang Xiao did not take the rare and precious star bead, Han Jiangxue still accepted the blue crown gold quality star bead at his request. However, she planned to absorb it only after she became stronger. After all, there was a higher chance of absorbing gold quality star beads in the galaxy stage. There were only 3 days left before he had to go back to school. Jiang Xiao initially thought that the holidays were the best thing. However, Han Jiangxue used her actions to show Jiang Xiao what a small dining table was. Jiang Xiao began to despise Xia Yin again because Xia Yin stuffed a copy of 3 years of simulation of the 5-year college entrance examination into Jiang Zhao's hands during the banquet that night. To be honest, this exercise was indeed a little difficult. It simply did not match the difficulty of the awakened student's exam. Even if he had to kneel, he had to finish copying the extracurricular books that he had chosen. Jiang Shao couldn't blame himself for not choosing Evolution of Devouring. In the past few days, Jiang Shao had received many messages of concern, including the Zhu brothers, the mixed-race Elena, and the lowly Lu Ke from Year 1. Even the correspondent, Lu Bufan, had been asking about Jiang Zhao's well-being, making him feel a little uncomfortable. The flat-top brothers' hairstyles were much flatter, Elena was much prettier, and Lolita Lu Ke seemed to have thought things through a lot. It was said that she had started training hard. It was unknown if Su Ro, the live streamer seated in front of him, had said something, or if she accidentally let it slip during the live stream. Anyway, there was a group of people who sent their regards to Jiang Zhao's Weibo. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a sea of small candles and icons of hands clasped together. Many of them were praying for his safe return. Jiang Shao didn't know if he should feel touched or upset. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while and posted a selfie of himself doing the exercises of May 3rd, pretending to be studying hard. He then added a caption, Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not just for Huawei Meimong C199, I love learning. Learning makes me happy. However, the Weibo post did not seem to have the effect of reporting his safety. Instead, it seemed to have aroused public anger. In the comment section below, there were even more little candle-like icons. At first, everyone was praying for Jiang Shao to return safely. Now, they were all praying that Jiang Shao would behave himself. Xia Yan's reply was pushed to the top of the list. Hong Yan, you only know how to study. What's the use of studying? Could learning bring success? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao closed the Encyclopedia of Dimensions in his hand. Today was the day that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan had agreed to break through together. Both of them were in the middle of the nebula stage and had been stuck at this stage for a long time. They had accumulated enough experience and abundant star power. All they needed was an opportunity to break through. The mercenary star beads gave them a chance to break through. The two of them decided to find a beautiful place to break through. Yes, the backyard of Xia Yan's house. Of course, Jiang Shao was interested in being a spectator. He had used his skill points to advance to the next few stages of star power. He wondered if there would be earth-shattering effects if a normal awakened broke through. Would it attract lightning? Would it be like the Tribulation Transcendence? Jiang Shao was waiting to see. Strictly speaking, he was also at the stage of star power. He was now at Stardust Stage Level 9, which should be considered the peak of the Stardust stage for normal awakened. One skill point would allow Jiang Shao to advance to the early nebula stage. However, Jiang Zhao's foundation was too weak. When he was in the snowfield, star power would fill his body when he upgraded with star power. Jiang Shao would use the upgrade again and again to regenerate his star power, causing him to be like an empty shell now. On the surface, he was at the peak of the Stardust stage, but in fact, he couldn't support such a high level of star power. If he took too big a step, he would easily pull his testicles. Jiang Shao didn't want to be a lone warrior. Hence, he decided to suppress his speed of advancement. At this moment, Jiang Shao was like a hamster that was overjoyed at the 104 skill points in his pocket. He had finally found the true meaning of life. He had become a happy healer. In the afternoon, Han Jiangxue brought Jiang Shao out of the house after being bombarded by Xia Yan's phone calls. At the entrance of the estate, they saw Xia Yan driving the Land Rover again. She looked extremely lazy and leaned against the hood of the car. Her chestnut-colored hair was a little messy, and she was dressed in a black trench coat. She looked like a goddess. Unfortunately, people could only see her gorgeous appearance and hot figure. However, they didn't know that she was just a husky. As usual, Xia Yan smiled at Han Jiangxue and ignored Jiang Shao at all. In response, Jiang Shao said, "Pretend. Continue pretending. I wonder who was the first to reply to my Weibo post." On the way home, Xia Yan suddenly changed the topic. "By the way, Xiaopi." "Yeah." Jiang Shao stared at the street outside the car window and seemed to be daydreaming. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in the rearview mirror and said, "After we get home, let's go to the basement to test it out. I need to understand your gold quality green glow." What's there to understand? However, the introduction of Jiang Zhao's green glow star technique had indeed changed. It was originally strong attack on the enemy, increase the damage of green glow, and add a slight repelling effect. Now, the introduction had become additional repelling effect, and the word slight had been removed. Although there were no other changes, Jiang Shao could feel that the damage caused by green glow had increased. We're a team. We need to understand each other. I want to experience the effects of the gold quality green glow. If it's strong enough, our team might have more battle ideas. Xia Yin turned to look at Han Jiangxue, who was seated in the front passenger seat. What do you think? Let it be the vanguard? Han Jiangxue asked with a frown. Xia Yin shook her head and said, there's no need for that. After all, Li Wei and I are still in the team. It's not his turn to be a weakling. However, as a medical awakened, he has always been the focus of everyone's attention and the focus of every opponent's attacks. Yeah, that's true. Han Jiangxue nodded in agreement. Why don't you teach me swordsmanship? Zhang Shao asked as he sat in the same seat. This time, Xia Yan's response was completely different from before. She stared at Jiang Shao in the rearview mirror and asked, do you really want to learn? Can't green glow be attached to equipment? Jiang Shao continued. Besides, I've been to the snowfield so many times and I still feel that it's better to have a weapon. When green glow was still in silver quality, I had no choice but to kill the white ghouls with a dagger. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangshue's eyes turned gloomy. Every time she thought about how she got separated from Jiang Shao in the snowfield, she would blame herself for letting him face the dangerous world alone. After all, he was a medical awakened. Although Han Jiangxue seemed to want Jiang Shao to be all-round on the surface, in reality, he was still far from that. If he didn't have a strong teammate, Jiang Shao would really have a hard time in the snowfield. Jiang Shao indeed had too few offensive methods. Don't even think about using firearms in China. I'm looking for a suitable cold weapon. As for daggers, they're just SOSO. Jiang Shao scratched his head and continued. Your sword is especially long. I think if you practice it well, you'll have an advantage when fighting against creatures of other dimensions. Since you want to learn, I have no problem with that, Xia Yin said as she looked at Han Jiangxue inquisitively. Watch the road, Han Jiangxue said coldly. After remaining silent for a while, she said, sure, I'll teach you then. Think about covering the giant sword with gold-quality green glow. It should have a miraculous effect, right? Even if you can't break the opponent's defense, you'll be able to send them flying with one swing of the sword. For you, keeping a distance from the enemy is the right way to think, Xia Yin said thoughtfully. However, Xia Yin changed the topic and continued. You can learn it, but my swordsmanship is a little radical. I'm afraid that you'll forget who you are. Radical? You mean reckless? That's awesome. I love it the most. Chapter 119. Xiaopi, you're here. Hurry up and come in. Xia Yin parked the car in the garage, and as soon as they walked out, they saw Annie Zhou opening the door and greeting them warmly. What's so good about this kid? He's never welcomed me so warmly before, Xia Yin muttered, seemingly a little infuriated. Finally, she rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully. Jiang Zhao tried his best to break free from Xia Yin's clutches and retorted, I've only been here for 7 days, and she already has such a good impression of me. You've been taken care of by her for 2 years. Can't you see the problems in your body? I'm perfect, and I don't accept any rebuttals, Xia Yin said with a humph. Under Annie Zhou's warm reception, everyone sat in the living room and rested for a while before changing their clothes and rushing to the basement. Xia Yin couldn't wait to try the power of the gold-quality green glow. Jiang Shao was more than happy to oblige. However, in the beginning, Xia Yin did not choose to use her arms to resist. Instead, she held a giant sword in front of her and got into a defensive posture. Jiang Shao clenched his fists and did not use much strength because he wanted to try the repelling effect of green glow. Boom! With a soft sound, Jiang Zhao's fist gently hit the body of the giant steel sword. Xia Yin bent her knees slightly and leaned her body forward before sliding backward. She slid for more than 8 meters before she finally managed to stand firmly. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought to himself, "This gentle touch can make me retreat by 8 meters?" He imagined the scene of him flicking Xia Yin 8 meters away. Of course, Jiang Zhao's strength was still strength, and the repelling effect of green glow was also purely repelling. He had to distinguish between the two. Strength might add to Xia Yan's body when repelling. However, it definitely wouldn't add to the repelling effect of green glow. The additional effects of star techniques were fixed and would not be affected by the physical fitness of the user. Come, let me try the additional damage of green glow. Xia Yin looked at the sword and realized that it was not damaged at all. She casually leaned the giant sword against the wall and walked towards Jiang Shao. Apart from the repelling effect, green glow also had a strong strike effect that would increase the damage of the parts that were covered by green glow. This additional effect was linked to the user's physique. "Why don't you put on the gloves?" Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a form of protection for both of us. In a barehanded fight, if one didn't wear protective gear, it would be an act of irresponsibility on both sides." "No need. Come," Xia Yin said rather domineeringly, while star power circulated and enveloped her entire body. More star power flowed between her arms as she placed them in front of her face. Jiang Shao used 30% of his strength and punched out like a bolt of lightning. Xia Yan's face tensed up a little. Compared to the damage she had suffered, the visual effects were much more obvious. Due to the repelling properties of green glow, Xia Yin was once again sent flying. She slid backward for 8 meters before coming to a stop. "Are you all right?" Jiang Shao asked with concern. "Don't be so serious. I'm not used to it." Xia Yin glared at Jiang Shao and swung her arms. "Use more strength. Is your sister abusing you at home? Every day? You don't have food to eat?" "Damn it." Jiang Shao got into a standard fighting posture and threw another swift and ferocious punch with his left hand. Tisk, tisk. Xia Yin hid her head behind her crossed arms, and her body slid backward uncontrollably again. She then clicked her tongue and sighed softly. "Are you satisfied or mocking me?" Jiang Shao asked while scratching his head and staring at Xia Yin, who had stopped moving steadily. He couldn't seem to understand her at all. "Not bad, not bad. With the addition of the blade, there will be more damage." Xia Yin shook her slightly trembling arms and said, "If you really plan to use a sword, you have to be more careful during competitions in the future. The strong attacking effect of your green glow is indeed quite powerful." Jiang Shao muttered, "You're not that good yet, and you're already starting to worry about your opponent." Xia Yin continued to ask, as if she didn't hear him, "Has blessing been upgraded?" Jiang Shao answered no. Xia Yin asked, "Why hasn't it been upgraded after such a long time?" Jiang Shao answered, "It's still early. I did absorb 7 or 8 white ghoul witch star beads in the holy ground, but the number is too little. If I could get a lot of them like the white ghouls, I might be able to upgrade the quality of my star techniques faster." Xia Yin said, "The school will organize another training session. However, the snowfield base in Jianan village will probably only be open to the public for a while. There's another snowfield base in Xindan Creek, but it's rather far away. It'll take 3 to 4 hours to get there by car. We'll take the high-speed rail. It'll only take us 1.5 hours to get there," Jiang Shao said while scratching his head. Xia Yin said, "I prefer driving and having my own personal space. Every time I pick you up, I want to stuff you into the trunk so that your sister and I can have some alone time together." Jiang Shao pointed at Xia Yan's nose and exclaimed, "Are you a demon?" Xia Yin slid her palm down from her shoulders to her slender waist and pointed at her long legs. "You're young, but you have good taste." Watching the two of them bicker, Han Jiangxue was amused and annoyed at the same time. "Compared to the snowfield, I'd rather go to the volcanoes," Jiang Shao said, suddenly changing the topic. "Huh?" Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. It was because the star technique bell was produced by the lava ghoul witch in the volcanoes. Besides, bell was a silver quality star technique. Due to the fact that there were no brass quality lava ghoul witch star beads, the upgrade of bell to gold quality would only require 10 silver quality lava ghoul, which star beads. From the perspective of rapidly increasing the combat effectiveness of the team, choosing to upgrade Bell to gold quality was undoubtedly the best option. Everyone has their own specialties. Bell is more suitable for healing injuries, Jiang Xiao answered. The volcanoes are much stronger than the creatures of other dimensions in the snowfield. They're not on the same level at all. There are more types of creatures of other dimensions there, and they're also stronger. There are also some special and mysterious creatures in the volcanoes. Do we need to buy tickets to go there? Jiang Xiao asked. Yes. Only low-level dimensional spaces like the snowfield are open to the two of us for free. The volcanoes are no longer a paradise for low-level awakened. Only the more powerful teams will go there for training and training. Han Jiangxue shook her head and continued, Oh. Jiang Zhao's heart ached when he heard that he had to pay an admission fee. It was not an exaggeration to say that the poor studied and the rich learned martial arts. Being an awakened was not a profession that the poor could afford. Hence, some awakened would choose to rely on social groups to survive. Of course, that was only referring to some people. There were also others who would be able to lead a comfortable life as long as they didn't have huge ambitions. For example, if Jiang Xiao didn't have any goals now, he would definitely be able to lead a good life by working in a hospital or working as a private doctor for a wealthy family. He would definitely be able to achieve his goals of buying a house and a car soon. What's the market price of the lava ghoul, which star beads? Jiang Xiao asked. The market price is about 100,000 yuan, Xia Yin answered. Huh, why is it so cheap? Silver quality bell isn't even as good as brass quality blessing? Jiang Xiao asked in shock. It's precisely because blessing is a brass quality star technique that the probability of success in absorbing it is much higher than that of bell. Brass quality white ghoul, which star beads, are excellent star beads for medical awakened. They're always in short supply and can't be bought even if you have money, Han Jiangxue explained. You make it sound like you can buy lava ghoul, which star beads with money, Xia Yin muttered softly. Huh? Han Jiangxue turned to look at Xia Yin. Xia Yin frantically stepped forward and grabbed Han Jiangxue's hand. I almost forgot. Let's go to the backyard and get ready. We'll definitely be able to break through the shackles of the mid-nebulous stage with the afterglow of the setting sun. Jiang Xiao said, If we can't buy anything, how can we call it business? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, You know too little about this world. You'll find out in the future that the so-called business is essentially a recycling bin for a certain type of people. Chapter 120. Under the setting sun, two tall and slender girls dressed in sportswear were standing quietly in the backyard garden of Xia Yan's mansion. Andy Zhou was cooking her specialty in the restaurant on the first floor, while Jiang Xiao, the only idler there, was sitting on the stone steps in boredom while staring at the two beautiful figures in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun made the clouds in the sky look crimson. The two beautiful figures were smeared with a layer of red. Han Jiangxue stood with her hands behind her back and her eyes closed. She was holding a glowing star bead in her right hand that was placed behind her back. Xia Yan's posture was much more casual, and the breeze blew through her short chestnut-colored hair. Beneath her messy hair was a lazy expression that seemed to be enjoying herself. She crushed the star bead before Han Jiangxue did, and the majestic energy splashed out earlier too. Initially, Jiang Xiao didn't think much about the two of them breaking through together, but now, when he saw the star power surging around Xia Yin and blowing Han Jiangxue's long hair away, Jiang Xiao felt that the two of them shouldn't break through together. Clearly, one of them would affect the other. Xia Yin raised her face slightly and stared at the setting sun that was slowly setting on the mountain in the distance. The star power in her body surged and the starlight lingered around her. The scene was extremely beautiful. However, in such a beautiful scene, the beautiful face gradually changed color. Her lazy and enjoyable look gradually disappeared, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her face. She seemed to be a little depressed. At this moment, the star bead in Han Jiangxue's hand was crushed. Of course, the star bead was difficult to crush, even though it had been baptized by his second-last flames. What really caused the star bead to break and turn into starlight was that Han Jiangxue had chosen to absorb it. On the other side, the starlight surging around Xia Yan's body had just passed its peak and seemed to be declining slightly. On the other hand, the star power surging around Han Jiangxue's body spread out and enveloped the entire backyard. Xia Yan subconsciously closed her eyes, and the star map on her body appeared vaguely, after which a large, two-handed sword finally emerged. In the star map, the star power was as dense as a river of stars. It flowed rapidly from the tip of the blade to the hilt, until it flowed out of the hilt and blended into the world of the backyard, repeating the cycle. Unlike Xia Yan, when Han Jiangxue crushed the star bead, a white flame star map had already appeared on her body. If Xia Yan's two-handed sword star map was relatively fixed and the blade was flickering slightly, Han Jiangxue's white flame star map was dynamic, as if there were really flames burning. A few seconds later, Xia Yan opened her eyes with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. She put away the star map and said, "Don't bother about me." Han Jiangxue's eyes were still closed, and the white flames danced even more terrifyingly. The raging flames tore and burned all the star power in the surroundings. She seemed to have turned into a black hole that was burning the starlight around her. The surging starlight seemed to be nourishment that darted towards the white flames like moths darting into a flame. Eventually, they became nourishment for the flames. Jiang Xiao watched everything that was happening in a dumbfounded manner. She's only in the middle of the nebulous stage, and yet she's already so powerful. Jiang Xiao recalled Second Last's sudden breakthrough when they were in the snowfield. He didn't know if it was because it varied from person to person, but Second Last's breakthrough did not bring much visual enjoyment to Jiang Xiao. Instead, it was more of an impact to his soul. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be a trace of burning white flames in her eyes that were quickly drowned out. She turned around and immediately looked at Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on the stone steps in front of the door. Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue with an inquisitive expression. A smile appeared on Han Jiangxue's cold face, and she nodded gently. "Wow, Han Jiangxue is impressive," Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "Shoo!" Han Jiangxue raised a finger and gestured for him to keep quiet. She then glanced at Jiang Xiao and strode towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan smiled bitterly, and her heart was filled with frustration. Take advantage of the fact that the star power is gathering here and try again. Han Jiangxue waved her hand and took out another star bead from Sky Smasher. "No, how can I take Li Wei's star bead?" Although Xia Yan felt that it was a pity, she rejected it firmly. "I'll give Li Wei's star bead to him." "This is Xiaopi's," Han Jiangxue said as she pulled Xia Yan's palm up and placed the star bead in her palm. Xia Yan tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiao, who was on the stone steps. Jiang Xiao's heart raced. It was indeed his star bead, but it was meant for Han Jiangxue to break through to the late nebulous stage. Yet, she gave it away just like that. Han Jiangxue also turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao with a sullen gaze. Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, "I'm a weakling. It's useless for me to keep it. There are no medical star techniques in it, either. Stop dawdling and seize the opportunity. The star power will disperse soon." Hee. Xia Yan was a little touched. She raised her head and flicked her hair. Her eyes seemed to have turned slightly red, but she was still laughing heartily. With a unique sense of arrogance, she crushed the star bead. Behind the window of the house, Annie Zhou was still wearing an apron and staring at the girl with a worried expression. She seemed to be praying for something. On the mountain in the distance, the sun had already disappeared, leaving only crimson clouds. The sky gradually dimmed, and Xia Yan's slim figure was surrounded by starlight again. Like fireflies in the summer night, they flew around her wantonly and lingered around her. Han Jiangxue retreated step by step and slowly retreated to Jiang Zhao's side. She bowed slightly and reached out to rub Jiang Zhao's head, unsure if it was a form of acknowledgement or reward. Jiang Shao tilted his head to the side and said, I didn't keep my buzz cut for you to feel better. To his surprise, Han Jiangxue did not respond. She simply looked down at Jiang Shao quietly and sat down slowly. He could tell that she was in a good mood. Jiang Shao felt that her body had tilted slightly and her shoulder was resting on his arm. Jiang Shao rested his elbows on his knees and supported his face with his palms. He stared into the distance listlessly and felt the person beside him leaning on him gently. If it weren't for the fact that life forced him to, who would be willing to be strong? If he was a little stronger, she would have an easier time. Hey, you too. All of a sudden, there was a surge of majestic star power in the distance, and Xia Yan's beautiful eyes glistened before slowly returning to their original color. She stared at Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue with a proud smile on her face. Clearly, she had succeeded. Smell it. Isn't there a sour smell of sibling love in the air? Han Jiangxue straightened her body. Han Jiangxue straightened her body. After all, she was a shy girl who couldn't stand Xia Yan's teasing. Jiang Shao was exasperated and thought, I just gave you my star bead, and you've forgotten about it now that you've broken through? This ingrate is worse than a husky. Chapter 121. Ever since Xia Yin broke through the middle of the nebula stage and reached the late nebula stage, she had been in a particularly good mood. Although she didn't say it out loud, Xia Yin and Jiang Shao could tell that she was extremely grateful to them. That mentality also caused her to be extremely serious and strict when teaching Jiang Shao swordsmanship. In the past 2 days, Xia Yin and Jiang Shao had been staying at Xia Yan's house. Han Jiangxue was considered her sparring partner, and the real protagonists were Xia Yin and Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao was holding onto the wooden giant sword and swinging it tirelessly according to the basic movements that Xia Yin had taught him. He would step forward, slash, turn his wrist, step forward, lift up. Since the moment Xia Yin began to teach Jiang Shao the giant sword 3 days ago, Jiang Shao had gained an additional basic technique, Xia family swordsmanship. Oh my god, this is incredible. It was actually named after his surname. Back then, Xia Yin even joked that Xia Shanhai had gotten it by chance. Seems like it's a family heirloom. Or was it created by the elders of the Xia family themselves? Could it be that Xia Yin created herself? Does she have such a high IQ and aptitude? However, Xia Yan's star map was a double-edged sword, not a European double-edged sword with a crossguard, but a Chinese double-edged sword. If she practices swordsmanship like this, will she have to change her routine when she turns her star sword into martial arts in the future? In that case, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Regardless of which ancestor of the Xia family created the swordsmanship, that person's star map must be a giant sword. Xia Shanhai's star map might be this. In the beginning, Jiang Shao tried to pick up the giant steel sword, but then later on, he gave up because it was indeed difficult for him to swing the giant steel sword with his small arms and legs. The giant steel sword weighed at least 60 kilograms, and after Jiang Shao swung it for a while, his movements began to change. Xia Yin seemed to have expected that too. She immediately took out the wooden giant sword. According to her, she also started using a wooden sword when she first started practicing swordsmanship. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the awakened still had a clear hierarchy and a terrifying physique. Before Jiang Shao practiced swordsmanship, he didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them. However, after practicing swordsmanship, Jiang Shao realized that Xia Yan's slender arms contained an explosive power. Xia Yin was extremely strict with Jiang Shao. She taught him the basic sword-wielding posture, basic footwork, and sword-wielding posture. It had already been 2 days, and Jiang Shao would have to return to school tomorrow. However, Xia Yin was still patiently correcting Jiang Zhao's every physical detail. Jiang Shao didn't think that she was such a warm-hearted person, and he reckoned that it was probably because of the galaxy stage star bead that Xia Yin was grateful for. That night, before the 3 of them parted, Xia Yin revealed the truth. During the final exam of the first half of the 3rd year of high school, there would be a college entrance examination bonus event. the Beijiang Province High School League. Unlike regular students, the awakened students not only had to take cultural classes, but they could also sign up for the Beijiang Province High School League. Of course, if they didn't sign up, they could also go through the formal procedures and take part in the final exam of the actual combat class. However, no matter how high their results were, they wouldn't get any bonus points for the college entrance examination. If they achieved good results in the competition, they would not only get bonus points for the college entrance examination, but they would also get a ticket to the National High School League. In other words, the competition that would be held before the Lunar New Year was not an optional option for the team, but a must option. They had to get the top 2 places in the competition in order to participate in a National High School League before the college entrance examination. Although the names of these 2 competitions sounded like a competition between 2 armies, in fact, these competitions were made up of 2 stages. The first stage of the mission was in a dimensional space, and it could be considered a preliminary round. The top 8 teams with the highest scores would enter the semifinals. The 8 teams that entered the semifinals would then enter a situation where the 2 armies would face each other, and the team that came in first would be awarded star beads by the Provincial Awakened Education Department. They would also get bonus points for the college entrance examination. Although the preliminary and semifinals were supervised by teachers, there would be plenty of interesting things happening among the students in order to complete the missions, obtain points, and compete for rankings. Hence, the degree of danger in the competition was obvious. Since they had chosen to work hard to become superior, they would have to bear the corresponding risks and consequences. During this period, Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue both broke through the middle of the nebula stage and entered the late nebula stage. That was great news. During the college entrance examination, star power level was also one of the evaluation criteria. Even though Xia Yin had been stuck in the middle of the nebula stage, she didn't take the Beijiang Provincial High School League seriously. However, if she wanted to get a good ranking in the National High School League, she wouldn't be able to guarantee that she would be in the middle of the nebula stage. Huaxia had a large population, and with such a large base, there were also endless awakened ones. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this magical land. The students from Jiangbin High School who were in Year 3 in the previous cohort broke through in Beijiang Province and successfully passed the preliminary round. In the final semifinals, they came in second place and entered the National High School League. However, they lost to Sun Shan in the final competition. Although there were winners and losers, the competition last year had indeed made Jiangbin High School lose face. Sometimes the truth was just that cruel. The development level of Beijiang Province was indeed not high, be it in terms of economic level, education, medical care, or personal development space, opportunities, etc. It was difficult to compare with other provinces. All sorts of reasons led to serious consequences. The brain drain in Beijiang was severe, and it was getting worse every year. On the other hand, there was a continuous influx of awakened talents in some economically and educationally developed provinces. The awakened who had some family background would all be sent to better schools by their parents at all costs. That also led to the fact that the top few places in the National High School League were basically monopolized by the major provinces and cities. Xia Yin had now overcome that hurdle. Putting aside the provincial selection, there were still 7 months to go before the start of the National High School League. If she could break through the late nebula stage and enter the peak of the nebula stage in the next 6 months, it would be considered a success. There was no doubt that over the years, on the highest stage for high school students in the National League, very few of the contestants who represented the highest level of high school students in China had entered the galaxy stage. Over the years, the strongest individual awakened were basically at the peak of the nebula stage. There were 4 checkpoints in each level of star power, and the last checkpoint to break through was the most important. Except for those extremely talented gods in rare years, in normal times, no matter how talented a high school student was, on this supreme stage, the strength level that he could present to all the Huaxia compatriots was at the peak of the nebula stage. Did that represent the limit of strength and physical fitness of a normal 18 to 19-year-old child? That point of view had yet to be proven, but it was the truth. Xia Yin had a total of 7 months to go, and she felt that she had a good chance of approaching the physical limits of the high school students and facing the final exam in her best state. Not to mention bringing honor to her ancestors or winning glory for the school. She had to work hard to achieve that for herself. Now, Jiang Zhao Starbead had gotten rid of the obstacles in her way and given her a few more months to break through to the late nebulous stage. How could she not be grateful? Perhaps without that star bead, she would have been stuck in the middle of the nebulous stage until the final exam. A human star bead, especially one from an awakened in the galaxy stage, was really not something that a student like Xia Yin could easily obtain. Regardless of whether Jiang Shao accepted it or not, he knew that he was going to suffer again. This time, Xia Yin really put in a lot of effort to groom a powerful warrior. Jiang Shao had already been ordered to carry the wooden giant sword to sleep, eat, and go to school. According to Xia Yin, it could nurture feelings. If it were the Jiang Shaopi of the past, he might have thought that carrying the sword would be very cool. However, Jiang Shao felt that he was a little silly. Being the toxic healer of Jiangbin High School was already very eye-catching. How could he carry the sword around? Jiang Shao tried his best to persuade Xia Yin and finally got her to agree. However, in exchange, Jiang Shao had to plan some time to practice swordsmanship during the actual combat class in the afternoon. He also had to go home with Xia Yin to practice swordsmanship after the evening's self-study session. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, Han Jiangxue actually agreed to it. Not only did she agree, but she even planned to move in with Jiang Shao and choose a room in Xia Yin's villa. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue, who had a serious expression on her face, and then at Xia Yin, who was secretly delighted. Jiang Shao smacked his forehead and thought to himself, I've fallen into a trap. I've fallen into a tiger's den. I've been tricked by the demonic girl of the Xia family. Wouldn't that be equivalent to sending Han Jiangxue, the fair and tender sheep, into Xia Yan's mouth? Chapter 122. After returning to school, Jiang Shao once again felt peace. It was the kind of peace that came from his soul. After continuously switching between his identity as a warrior and an ordinary student, Jiang Shao finally knew why most awakened students did not do well in cultural classes. Although the difficulty of the awakened students' exam papers was not high, even so, it was really difficult for the awakened students who always switched between two identities to focus on their studies. In particular, for the restless young lads and ladies during puberty, magical star techniques were more attractive than cultural classes. When Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue, Xia Yin, and the others entered the campus, they received the attention of the students, especially when they entered the classroom. They were greeted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Jiang Shao and the others were just survivors, but in the eyes of others, they were more like heroes. To the high school students, they were already considered heroes since they managed to escape unscathed and return to school. Jiang Shao felt guilty about it, but he was also a little touched. Today's morning reading class was Landforms of the Volcanic Dimension, which was more like a geography class that required a lot of memorization and memorization. After class, Jiang Shao was carefully studying the landforms of the volcanic dimension when he heard a male student's voice coming from the door. Li Wei, someone's looking for you. Outside the door of Class 1, a tall, typical Beijing girl with long legs frantically said, It's not him. I'm looking for Jiang Xiaopi. Huh? The male student froze for a moment. He knew very well that the girl in front of him was Li Qingmei, Li Wei's childhood sweetheart. Hence, when he saw Li Qingmei at the door of the classroom, he subconsciously shouted, Someone's looking for Li Wei. Yet, Li Qingmei wasn't looking for Li Wei. Wow, is there a story behind this? The male student smiled mysteriously and turned around to yell at the class. Li Wei, you don't have to come out. Jiang Xiaopi, hurry up, Li Qingmei is looking for you. All of a sudden, the group of people in the class looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was studying. Li Wei had just stood up when he froze awkwardly on the spot, only to be met with the pitiful gazes of his classmates. Li Wei held his forehead with one hand and slowly sat down. Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Li Wei, while everyone looked at him curiously. Li Wei, get up and go out with me. Li Wei shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going. She didn't look for me. Jiang Shao quickly stepped forward and pulled Li Wei up. Come with me and give me some courage. Two cowards. Xia Yin was also seated in the last row, opposite Han Jiangxue and diagonally behind Jiang Shao. Xia Yin stepped on the desk with one foot and supported herself with the legs of the chair. She swayed leisurely and watched as Jiang Shao dragged Li Wei along. Han Jiangxue smiled and watched as Jiang Shao shoved Li Wei in front of her to use him as a shield. The two of them then walked out while entangled with each other. Li Qingmei looked at the person who walked out and said with dissatisfaction, You didn't answer my calls or reply my WeChat messages. What do you want? Li Wei rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although his girlfriend was talking to him, he knew that she was referring to the person behind him. During this period of time, Jiang Shao had grown 2 centimeters taller and reached a height of 174 centimeters. However, Li Wei was tall enough to block Jiang Shao because he was 187 centimeters tall. It doesn't matter what I want. What matters is what you want, Jiang Shao said as he popped his head out from behind Li Wei. Of course I want to thank you. What else can I do? Li Qingmei said while holding the door frame with one hand and tilting her head to look at Li Wei, who had a buzz cut. Don't lie to me. Why don't I feel that you want to thank me? Jiang Shao said with a peculiar expression. You rascal. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Li Qingmei said while looking up at Li Wei. Get up. Oh. Li Wei grabbed Jiang Shao and pushed him away because their physiques were not on the same level at all. Li Wei was really generous. Not only did he push Jiang Shao out, but he also closed the door of the classroom. His actions not only shocked Jiang Shao, but also all the students in the class. The boys in the class only had one comment for Li Wei. He's easygoing. Hey, I really want to thank you. Li Qingmei held the door with one hand and leaned forward to look down at Jiang Shao. You know how powerful your blessing is. It's hard for anyone to forget it after trying it. Jiang Shao scratched his head and realized that he had been pushed against the wall. Jiang Shao was indeed mischievous, but the target of his mischief depended on the person. Jiang Shao would never do something that would destroy their family. Jiang Shao could be flirtatious with Li Wei because they were teammates and friends. Hence, he could joke around. However, Jiang Shao wouldn't do anything out of line with Li Qingmei. What exactly do you want? Jiang Shao continued, Stand back a little. The teacher will be here soon. I was in a bad state a few days ago, and I've been wanting you to help me heal. Li Qingmei looked aggrieved, as if Jiang Shao had committed a huge sin for not appearing when she needed help the most. Why don't you just say it? That's not the right reason. Besides, you can find other medical awakened. Don't lie and tell the truth. Class is about to start, Jiang Shao muttered. Do you think medical awakened can be found everywhere? Can they be found easily? Li Qingmei said angrily. Instead of retreating, she advanced and said in a soft voice, After receiving your blessing, I specially checked online and found out that your skill can cure all illnesses. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, It's not that exaggerated. It's just to help people recover. I've been waiting outside Jianan village for a while now. My schedule has been irregular, and both my physical and mental state are terrible. Now my eyes are listless and my face is pale. Can you help me? Li Qingmei continued. My body is recovering too slowly, and I feel disgusted at the sight of nutritious meals. I'm already in year 3 of high school, and I don't have much time in the first place. I still have to wake up every morning to put on makeup before I dare to go out and meet people. You're already in year 3 of high school, and you don't even have enough time. Why do you still have time to care about beauty? Huh, women. Jiang Shao thought about it and agreed. No problem. Don't you drive home with Li Wei after school at night? Wait for me in the parking lot for a while. I'll give you a blessing before going home. Once a day, there should be an effect in a few days. Okay. By the way, don't tell Li Wei that I don't look well when you go back. He can't tell that I put on makeup. He'll think that I look the same as before, Li Qingmei said frantically. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment and carefully scrutinized Li Qingmei's beautiful face. You put on makeup? Li Qingmei was speechless. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Okay, that's all. I'll just say that you're not feeling well. I won't say that you look ugly now. What's so ugly about it? It's just that my face is pale and dull. Li Qingmei said fiercely. She then remembered that she still had a favor to ask of Jiang Xiao, so she hurriedly put on a sweet smile and said, The reason why you gave me a blessing tonight is because my stomach hurts. Okay, it's not a big deal. Don't be so secretive. Jiang Xiao shook his head and thought, Indeed, women dress up for those who love them. Xiaopi is the best. The one. 8-meter tall, Li Qingmei hugged Jiang Xiao's head with both hands and kissed his buzz cut. Smiling sweetly, she said, See you tonight. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Am I just a younger brother in everyone's eyes? Am I the legendary younger brother of younger brothers? Don't I feel like a man at all? Why did she kiss my head? Watching Li Qingmei leave happily, the tightly shut door of the classroom suddenly opened up. Li Wei grabbed Jiang Xiao's shoulder and asked, Why did she look for you? Jiang Xiao snapped out of his thoughts and muttered, What else can I do? Have you forgotten my title? Toxic healer? Li Wei asked in shock. What else? Jiang Xiao continued to ask. Li Wei thought about it, and thought about how Jiang Xiao healed Su Rou, who was seated in front of him when he first entered Class 1. All of a sudden, Li Wei figured out why Li Qingmei didn't tell him the reason why she looked for Jiang Xiao. Gynecologist? Jiang Xiao snapped his fingers and said, You're very intelligent, kid. Learn medicine from me. Li Wei said helplessly, If I had the potential to be a medical awakened, would she have needed to look for you? Jiang Xiao nodded and said, That's right. Don't learn it, even if you're that talented. Li Wei asked why. Jiang Xiao sighed and said earnestly, Learning medicine won't save the Chinese. Chapter 123. The fulfilling and boring life continued every day. During this period of time, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue would go to the parking lot with Xia Yin every night after school and drive home. Jiang Xiao would also give Li Qingmei a blessing. She smiled sweetly and thanked him again and again, and Jiang Xiao also extorted a lot of snacks from Li Wei. In the beginning, Han Jiangxue even lectured Jiang Xiao once when she saw that scene. However, Jiang Xiao didn't care about that at all. After successfully bribing Xia Yin with Li Wei's snacks, Xia Yin also joined the army of snacks. Finally, on a certain morning, Han Jiangxue couldn't resist Xia Yin and Jiang Zhao's pleading and decided to drink a can of yogurt. After drinking one can, Han Jiangxue found that the yogurt was rather delicious. Just like that, he drank another can every night after returning home. Xia Yin would train her swordsmanship with Jiang Xiao. She was really serious, almost to a terrifying extent. She had been practicing whatever she taught Jiang Xiao too. A few days ago, she carried a heavy steel sword and took basic steps in the basement, performing basic thrusts and flicks. She and Jiang Xiao persisted with such a simple and basic movement from 9:30 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. She was so serious and hardworking that Jiang Xiao almost forgot about her nickname, Husky. Xia Yin always told Jiang Xiao that there was a solid foundation behind every flashy technique. Jiang Zhao's attitude towards training was unquestionable. After repeating the basic movements again and again, Jiang Xiao gradually developed muscle memory. In the past month, Jiang Xiao had familiarized himself with all kinds of basic movements, and the basic technique, Xia family swordsmanship, in his internal star map had already reached brass quality level 6. Regardless of what grade the Xia family swordsmanship was, the moment Jiang Xiao learned it, it was of brass quality. However, in the past month, Jiang Xiao did not teach Xia Yin anything else apart from practicing the most basic movements such as slashing, flicking, pointing, flicking, and stabbing. Jiang Xiao didn't even learn a single move, let alone the Xia family swordsmanship. He wanted to tell Xia Yin about it, but every time he saw her serious expression, he felt that she was just building a foundation for him. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. Jiang Shao planned to practice for a while longer since he still had plenty of time. If it didn't work, Jiang Shao was prepared to use his skill points to upgrade his swordsmanship. Anyway, the basic techniques of brass quality could be upgraded by a small level with one skill point. Hence, he could upgrade them to silver quality with a few skill points. According to the effects of the freehand combat upgrade, Jiang Shao would instantly gain a large number of swordsmanship techniques and physical memory after the Xia family swordsmanship was upgraded to silver quality. He no longer needed Xia Yin to be his teacher. Instead, he wanted the internal star map to be his teacher. If you will only let me in, you don't even need to teach me a move or two. As long as this skill is unlocked in my internal star map, I'll be able to rely on myself. He was self-taught, and in the end, he was even more proficient than his master. Are you scared? The simple and boring night was not only filled with practicing swordsmanship. As long as Xia Yin did not lose her mind, she would still take some time out to fight with Jiang Shao. Obviously, Xia Yin's freehand combat was completely different from Jiang Zhao's. To be exact, Xia Yin was the same as Lei Jin, who had been groomed by China. After Jiang Shao added some skill points, the star map gave him something related to Muay Thai. There is no such thing as the strongest fist technique, only a stronger person. Jiang Shao couldn't judge which fist technique was better. After all, there were too many differences between Sans Ho and Muay Thai. The only thing that he could be sure of was that Jiang Shao had been severely abused by Xia Yin. However, what really made Jiang Shao happy was that under the guidance of the knowledge given by the internal star map, Jiang Zhao's freehand combat was upgraded to silver quality level 1 during the continuous battles with Xia Yin. A small level of silver quality was equivalent to a large level of brass quality. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's star power abundance had also increased by a small level during the regular training, becoming brass quality level 5. Without using the star beads, the speed of his star power recovery was slightly faster. Although it was still the same, it was better than nothing. Jiang Shao lived a fulfilling life every day and felt that it was meaningful. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao scored 36 points in a written test for star study. Yes, he failed. The total score for the test was 100 points. Jiang Shao was completely dumbfounded. China was really vast, and there were too many things to memorize. Han Jiangxue didn't treat Jiang Shao kindly just because of this subject. Jiang Shao scored 91, 66, and 78 points for the other three subjects. The full score for the three subjects was 150 points. Han Jiangxue was very pleased that he scored 91 points for Mandarin. After all, he had skipped a grade from year 1. Jiang Shao was filled with knowledge from junior high school and skipped a day of high school. After the military training, he skipped a grade and entered year 3. In the end, he scored 91 points for Mandarin, which was not bad. However, Jiang Shao didn't feel anything about it. In fact, the results for the three subjects were not Jiang Zhao's real results at all. In particular, Jiang Shao scored 78 points for English. He deliberately answered many questions wrongly because he was really afraid that his results would be too outstanding. Hence, he planned to score more points for each test in the future, so as to give everyone the impression that he had made progress. The papers of the awakened students were indeed much easier than those of ordinary students. For English papers of such difficulty, scoring 130 or 140 points would be a piece of cake. However, no matter how easy it would be a waste if one forgot the formula. In his previous life, Jiang Shao had always been focused on English. Hence, he felt that the simple English questions were child's play. However, the mathematics paper made Jiang Shao blush. He was a liberal arts student in his previous life. Ever since he entered university, he had never touched mathematics, including after he graduated from university, took the postgraduate entrance examination, got a job, and even transmigrated. Jiang Shao looked at the mathematics paper and felt as if he had met an old friend. The numbers and symbols waved at him enthusiastically and chatted amiably. "It's me, friend. You're finally back to see me." Jiang Shao scratched his head and asked, Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Mathematics. It's rare that my exams in this world are so easy. Aren't you going to beg me? Jiang Shao said, I've been begging you, but I can't. Mathematics. 666. However, the maximum score was only 150. Hence, Jiang Shao got 66 points after the other contestants erased a 6. It was reasonable and convincing. However, Jiang Shao did not panic at all. He would definitely be able to pick up mathematics, memorize more formulas, and do 2 more sets of papers. He would be able to remember everything. Although Jiang Shao was a liberal arts student in his previous life, he did not do well in history and geography this time. Ever since the emergence of dimensional spaces, star warriors, awakened, star pets, star beads, and star techniques in the middle of the 20th century, there have been subtle changes in history. Not to mention, the ocean currents and the phases of the moon were all in a mess. It was not difficult, but he had completely forgotten about it. His results in politics were not bad. To Jiang Shao, this subject was similar to English and literature. He was exposed to it all, be it for university studies, exams, or work. Be it economics, politics, culture, or philosophy, Jiang Shao had a good grasp of all of them. Although it was the first test after so many years, Jiang Shao knew that he would definitely get a high score if he were to take the test. Biology, chemistry, and biology, on the other hand, were much more miserable. Jiang Shao had a good feeling about chemistry and biology. Back then, he only entered the liberal arts because he couldn't understand physics. Let's see. If chemistry and biology can score well, Jiang Shao will start all over again. As for physics, forget it. Biology and chemistry can at least be a backup. As for you, you're a good subject, but we're really not suitable for each other. Han Jiangxue had given the Galaxy Stage mercenary star bead to Li Wei a month ago. Li Wei had never absorbed it, seemingly waiting for a suitable opportunity. According to him, he felt that his foundation was not solid enough, and if he absorbed it rashly, he would waste a great opportunity. It was worth mentioning that Hai Tianqing had finally returned. A month had passed since they parted ways in the snowfield. Hai Tianqing finally returned to school and became the teacher of Class 1's actual combat lesson again. Not only did Hai Tianqing return safely, but he also seemed to have returned with a mission. During the actual combat lesson in the afternoon, Jiang Shao could feel that Hai Tianqing was paying attention to him. At the thought of Hai Tianqing's former nickname of Four Tails and Second Last, the big cat in the snowfield, Jiang Shao shuddered. What should I do now that I've been attacked internally? Did Second Last send Hai Tianqing to keep an eye on me? Jiang Shao sighed and thought, I just want to be a good student, study well, train well, and send Han Jiangxue off. Yet, I ended up attracting so many covetous eyes. Chapter 124. It was an ordinary afternoon in a training room in the gymnasium. Jiang Zhao's team had just finished sparring with Xing Lang's team. Under the command of Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao's team managed to achieve victory after much difficulty. Although they were all students of the elite class, there were also top students and weak students in the elite class. Clearly, Jiang Zhao's team was much stronger than his opponents. Although this battle seemed to be going back and forth, especially with Xing Lang's close combat prowess, the final outcome had long been decided. Han Jiangxue practiced the formation changes, and after several twists and turns, she finally won by a narrow margin and won the sparring match. Both sides rested for a while, and then Xing Lang left with his team. The stadium was very big, and every team had their own individual training room. They were here to challenge each other. Xing Lang, who was like a big brother, was rather interesting too. The first thing he said when he entered was, "We're here to find the gap between us." The gap was obvious, and most people thought that it was due to the number of star slots. Han Jiangxue was extremely talented and had 30 star slots. She could even look down on the entire Beijiang province. That was a fact that was irrefutable. There was a deeper gap, and perhaps it was because everyone had a different heart. What kind of dream one had and how much blood and tears one had put into it were the stories hidden behind everyone. After Xing Lang's team left, there were only 4 people left in the training room. Get up, Xiaopi. It's time to practice the swordsmanship. Xia Yin stood up and walked towards the wall before tossing the large wooden sword to Jiang Shao. During this period of time, Xia Yin taught Jiang Shao 3 moves. According to her, there were a total of 9 moves in this set of swordsmanship techniques. She would only teach him the last 3 moves after she felt that there were no flaws in each of his moves. With a good foundation, Jiang Shao was very familiar with the first 3 moves. Although the level of the Xia family swordsmanship on the internal star map did not increase, both Xia Yin and Jiang Shao were very satisfied overall. The training venue for the Beijiang Province High School League has been announced, Li Wei said after seeing that there was no one around. Huh? When? Slightly stunned, Xia Yin gestured for Jiang Shao to practice his basic skills first before turning to look at Li Wei. Jiang Shao smacked his lips helplessly. He had long gotten used to Xia Yan's teaching habits. The basic movements of 200 steps, such as cleaving, lifting, lunging, and picking, were fixed rules. It was modified by Xia Yan for the sake of taking care of him. The basic movements were to be practiced together with the basic footwork. If they were to be practiced separately, it would take more time. Qingmei told me this afternoon. Li Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. As an awakened, he didn't know about the news immediately, but his girlfriend had been browsing the official website of the Beijiang Province High School League every day. It's released so soon? What date was it? November 17th? While training, Jiang Zhao's movements were meticulous. Isn't the Beijiang Province High School League starting in the middle of January next year? Announcing the venue 2 months in advance? Because the venue of the competition has been changed, Li Wei said helplessly. Arsenal. Han Jiangxue frowned when she saw the name of the dimensional space on her mobile phone. Arsenal? Xia Yin froze for a moment too. She didn't question Han Jiangxue's habit, because it was a habit that the team members had developed over a long period of time. However, Xia Yin's tone was still high. Clearly, she was questioning the decision of the Beijiang provincial government and the high-level education department. In the past, the venue of the Beijiang Province High School League has always been the snowfield. What's going on this year? Xia Yin said in disbelief. Our school chooses the snowfield for the students to train every year because we want them to adapt to the environment early. The snowfield was a unique feature of the northern province. The creatures of other dimensions were relatively single, and most of them were brass quality. The danger factor was relatively low, but the environment there was extremely harsh. Hence, it became an ideal place to test the comprehensive qualities of the children. Jiangbin High School would organize the students of Year 3 to train in the snowfield every year for the sake of getting more exposure to the snowfield and preparing them for the Beijiang Province High School League with limited resources and time. With a look of displeasure, Xia Yin said, "Besides, what's the arsenal? Can we go in?" Han Jiangxue turned to look at Xia Yin and said quietly, "The first in the team will get an extra 10 points for the college entrance examination. We have to go in." Xia Yin scratched her head in distress, and the confusion and worry on her face eventually turned into disdain, which then turned into deep disgust. It could be seen that her disgust and disgust were not fake. She really hated this so-called armory to the extreme. Every family had their own problems. Li Wei didn't have any special feelings for the arsenal, but ever since the last trip to the snowfield, his life had been shrouded in shadow. It was not given to him by the mercenary group or the creatures of other dimensions, but by his family. Li Wei's mother had always been non-committal about Li Wei's choice of career. She did not object to it, but she did not support it either. Li Wei's mother was only concerned about her child. Li Wei was able to embark on the path of the awakened partly because he wanted to join the profession and partly because of his father's great support. However, after the incident in the snowfield last time, Li Wei's mother's non-committal attitude changed a little. Those who had never experienced it themselves would not be able to imagine how Li Wei's mother managed to survive the month she waited outside Jianan village and the pain and torment she had gone through. At noon, after Li Wei's mother found out about the venue of the Beijiang Provincial High School League, she sent a WeChat message to Li Wei. Li Wei knew his mother's personality too well. Perhaps she was still wavering between her son's choice and her son's safety. Li Wei's father hadn't returned home for a long time, and the silent support from afar didn't seem to play a good role at the moment. The most crucial point was Li Qingmei. She was Li Wei's mother's future daughter-in-law, and her attitude and influence were above that of the rest of the team. However, she had also experienced a hellish month of suffering. Ever since the snowfield, Li Qingmei seemed to have forgotten about it. She still had a sweet smile on her face, and she never mentioned the month-long wait. However, Li Wei could sense that she had become more clingy. The announcement of the venue of the competition this time might be the fuse that ignited everything. Jiang Xiao, who was practicing his swordsmanship, sighed secretly. Although he did not pass the dimensional subject, he still had a good understanding of the arsenal. At least, he had a better understanding of the knowledge in the books. The arsenal was a place that seemed to be filled with swords and sabers. It was indeed a very dangerous place. The environmental conditions there were much better than in the snowfield. It was a terrain where grasslands and forests intersected. It was neither hot nor cold, and it was suitable for combat. However, the creatures there were more diverse than in the snowfield. There were brass and silver level creatures there. What really made the arsenal detestable was the creatures of other dimensions that were too human-like. No matter how much white ghouls and white ghoul witches resembled humans, their dark faces and thick fur made them unable to break away from the ranks of monsters. However, the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal looked too similar to humans. That was not good. That was not good at all. In particular, entering the arsenal to train was not beneficial to the physical and mental health of the children who had yet to mature. Xia Yin was different from the others. She and Han Jiangxue had experienced life and death situations, and they had once destroyed corpses in front of Jiang Xiao. They did not kill indiscriminately, but they were definitely not afraid of killing. Come to think of it, they were not afraid, but there had to be a limit. Not being afraid did not mean liking. Every time they attacked, they would feel like they were slaughtering a fellow human. Even a sane person would be greatly affected after staying there for a long time. Hence, Xia Yin felt that the leaders who made such a decision were all mentally retarded. Chapter 125. Every time I come in, I see you guys chatting. As the door of the training room opened, an elegant young man dressed in a sapphire blue suit walked in. With a gentle smile on his face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked at the team of 4 in the training room smilingly. He really looked like the groomsmen who had rushed back from the wedding venue. Hai Tianqing's gaze finally fixed on Jiang Xiao, who was training hard. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xiaopi is the most sensible one. However, don't train in the wrong direction. Remember, you're a medical awakened." Jiang Xiao touched the sweat on his head with his left hand and said, "Xia Yin taught me 3 swordsmanship techniques, all of which are defensive. I haven't forgotten my job. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons." Hai Tianqing's smile did not diminish. He looked at Jiang Xiao with interest and asked, "Oh," Jiang Xiao said, "the first move of the Xia family swordsmanship. Snatch one's love." Jiang Xiao hollered and grabbed the handle of the sword with one hand while grabbing the middle part of the back of the giant sword with the other. He then placed the wooden sword in front of him and took a deep stance to defend himself. The corners of Hai Tianqing's mouth twitched slightly. Xia Yan's fair and tender face turned sullen too. Jiang Xiao said, "The second move of the Xia family swordsmanship, snatch one's love." Jiang Xiao placed the giant sword in front of him. Due to the fact that the sword was too long, which was 2 meters long, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to move the tip of the sword forward in order to place it in front of him. Hai Tianqing's expression was extremely interesting and indescribable. Xia Yan's face was sullen, and she slowly clenched her fists. Jiang Xiao said, "The third move of the Xia family swordsmanship, snatch one's love." Jiang Xiao shifted his center of gravity backward and made a feint. He arched his left foot and tapped the tip of his right foot on the ground. He placed the wooden sword diagonally and used the 40-centimeter wide sword to block in front of him. Hai Tianqing pursed his lips and remained silent. Xia Yin felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. She strode towards Jiang Shao. After some chaos, the training ground finally evolved into a sparring match between Xia Yin and Jiang Shao. Dragging the sword with both hands, Jiang Shao tilted his body slightly and emitted star power. Every time he came into contact with Xia Yin, the blade, back of the sword, elbows, knees, legs, and feet would be filled with green glow. The broadsword advanced and retreated without any fancy advanced moves, only extremely solid basic moves and basic footwork. Xia Yin became interested in the fight and grabbed the wooden sword with one hand. She then pushed it forcefully, causing Jiang Zhao's body to flip over due to the immense force. Xia Yin tensed up her long legs and instantly closed the distance between them, causing Jiang Shao to lose his advantage. Before she could punch her right jaw, Jiang Shao turned his body slightly and took advantage of the momentum to move forward. Dragging the giant sword with both hands, he arched his body and elbowed Xia Yan's left arm that was quickly protecting her left rib. Whoosh! Xia Yan's body came to an abrupt halt, and she was pushed back. She arched her legs and leaned forward before sliding backward rapidly. Her boots made ear-piercing sounds of friction against the wooden floor. She seemed to be extremely annoyed by such sounds. She leaped up and somersaulted in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The spot where she landed was rather ingenious, too. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed the giant steel sword that she had just placed against the wall. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly walked towards Hai Tianqing. "Teacher, I heard that the venue of the Beijiang Provincial High School League has been changed to the Arsenal." Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao smilingly, after which he saw the sullen Xia Yin striding towards him. Her short chestnut-colored hair fluttered backward with the surging star power, revealing her heroic face. Unfortunately, her pretty face, which had always been filled with pride, was extremely sullen at this moment. Jiang Shao continued to ask, "I'm still underage. It's not appropriate for me to go to a place like the Arsenal." Before Hai Tianqing could respond, Xia Yin barked, the first move of the Xia family swordsmanship, "Cleaning up." "Wow, brother, are you that tough?" Jiang Shao immediately hid behind Hai Tianqing. "Cleaning up? That's clearly putting family before righteousness." Hai Tianqing was used as a shield by Jiang Shao. Staring at the shiny blade, he naturally used his rich star power to turn his body and grab the back of the sword that Xia Yin was about to slash down at a high speed. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Shao felt much more relieved and said with a smile, "You should change the name of this move to putting family before righteousness." Xia Yan's eyes froze, and she raised her sword forcefully. However, Hai Tianqing grabbed the giant sword with one hand, and she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Xia Yin stomped her feet in exasperation and yelled at Hai Tianqing. "Ah!" Jiang Shao nodded solemnly and said, "Why don't we call it incompetent fury?" Hai Tianqing extended his left arm and strangled Jiang Zhao's neck before pulling him out from behind. "Hey, be gentle." Jiang Shao felt that an iron elbow was strangling his neck, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Hai Tianqing grabbed Xia Yan's sword and threw it onto the ground before handing Jiang Shao to her. Yes, he handed it to Xia Yin. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao, who was being taught a lesson by Xia Yin, and said, "We can't change the problem of the Arsenal. We can only adapt and accept it. Is it because Jianan village can't be opened yet, so they're forced to change the venue?" Jiang Shao asked while he was busy. Jiang Shao was indeed very busy as Xia Yin dragged him towards the door. She seemed to be looking for a quiet place to get rid of the evidence. When Xia Yin realized that Jiang Shao could still speak, she used her other arm and wrapped it around Jiang Zhao's neck. She then quickly formed a lock with her arms. "That's possible." Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao, who was being dragged out, and said in a gentle voice, "The greater possibility is that the top two teams of the Beijiang Provincial League did not perform well in the National League in recent years, especially last year. Their results were the lowest in history, and they were ranked at the bottom. The higher-ups may think that the training venue in the province is too comfortable. Oh my God, Xia Yan, be gentler. I'm really going to suffocate. Jiang Xiao grabbed Xia Yan's arm and tried his best to pull it down. However, an awakened in the Stardust stage would definitely be crushed by an awakened in the Nebula stage in terms of physical fitness. Okay, Xia Yan, I have something to discuss with Xiaopi, Hai Tianqing finally said to help Jiang Xiao out of the predicament. Xia Yan's body stiffened slightly, and she lowered her head to bite Jiang Zhao's earlobe before pulling it outwards. She said in a soft voice that made one feel flustered, "Tonight, you'll see the real Xia family's swordsmanship." Jiang Xiao was overjoyed and thought, "Can I finally learn new moves again? Even if I have to get beaten up, it's good to see it. There are 100 ways to learn." Hai Tianqing walked to the door and led Jiang Xiao out of the training room to the corner of the corridor. "What's the matter, Teacher Hai?" Jiang Xiao asked while rubbing his sore neck. Hai Tianqing looked down at Jiang Xiao and asked, "Xiaopi, is your green glow of gold quality?" Chapter 126. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Xiao smilingly and said, "I've seen what silver quality green glow looks like. I know how powerful it is." Jiang Xiao kept a straight face, but deep down he thought, "What should I do?" At that time in the holy ground in the snowfield, the situation was too dangerous, and Jiang Xiao couldn't hide his strength. The best he could do was not open his star map. Indeed, Jiang Xiao did not open his star map and managed to fool the inexperienced Li Wei. However, he obviously couldn't hide it from Hai Tianqing. Just as Jiang Xiao was quickly thinking about a solution, Hai Tianqing said, "A gold-quality star technique like Mud Marsh can't be detonated just by covering our fists with star power. It can only be detonated through the repelling effect of green glow. The effect of your green glow is too strong." Jiang Xiao remained silent and didn't comment. Hai Tianqing looked at the silent Jiang Xiao and sighed deeply. "You don't have to do this. Your parents are no longer around. Your star technique won't implicate them." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The upgrade of Jiang Zhao's star technique was, of course, because of the internal star map. However, why did Hai Tianqing say that? Implicate my parents? Hai Tianqing gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Your parents really love you. You have to cherish this star technique." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be sad. He said softly, "Yes, they do love me very much." Hai Tianqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he thought to himself, perhaps that's the reason they got lost in the dimensional space and never came back. However, those words were obviously not suitable for Jiang Xiao to hear. Hai Tianqing's heart softened, and he said, "However, you're very hardworking too. You really managed to absorb that gold-quality white ghoul star bead and replace the quality of your star technique. The price of obtaining this star bead is indeed too high, but it's also extremely difficult to absorb the star technique in it. Believe me, your parents will be proud of you." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "What is Hai Tianqing talking about?" Jiang Xiao asked. "They've never told me what they have to bear or give up." "Teacher Hai, can you explain it to me? I really want to know what my parents have done for me." Hai Tianqing was slightly taken aback. "You don't know about this?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and looked at Hai Tianqing with a pleading look. "Teacher Hai, please tell me. They always say that I'm young, and don't let me ask too much. Now that they're gone, I don't know if they're dead or alive. I haven't seen them for more than 3 years." Hai Tianqing's face stiffened slightly. "This?" Jiang Xiao asked. "What did they do? How'd I get this gold-quality, white ghoul star bead?" Hai Tianqing hesitated for a while before smiling helplessly and shaking his head. "Let's not talk about this gold-quality, white ghoul star bead. I initially thought that your silver-quality, white ghoul star bead was also obtained by your parents in the holy ground. However, it seems that that's not the case. They should have gone to a higher level of snowfield to obtain it. In the regular snowfield, white ghouls have appeared before but not gold-quality white ghouls. Zhang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly thought of what Second Last said to him back then. The upper dimension. Second Last had also said that Zhang Zhao's high-quality star techniques might have been produced by powerful creatures in the holy ground or from a higher dimension. Jiang Shao continued to ask calmly, "A higher level of snowfield?" Hai Tianqing nodded and said, "Have you ever thought about what's behind the portal of the holy ground?" Jiang Shao thought about it, and seemed to be able to hear the sound of gears clicking. "I've asked Second Last about it, and she told me to remember that the portal of the holy ground is one way and that I should never try to barge in." Hai Tianqing nodded thoughtfully and said, "She's right. Too many people have entered there to investigate the situation, but they didn't manage to return in the end." Jiang Shao looked at Hai Tianqing with a burning desire for knowledge written all over his face. Hai Tianqing explained, "Dimensional spaces first appeared in the middle of the last century. Until today, it has only had a history of more than 60 years. Generations of people have paid a painful price to have the relatively safe environment we have today. At the end of the 1960s, the awakened's exploration and knowledge of the dimensional space reached a certain level, and they began to take steps towards the world behind the holy ground." Hai Tianqing continued in a gentle voice, "It was also this mission that took away the lives of a large number of soldiers. The holy ground has always been fixed there, but it's a path of no return. People think that if you open a door and walk in, the door behind you will still exist. However, once you enter the door of the holy ground, there will be nothing behind you. If you want to come back, it's up to fate." According to the accounts of those who were lucky enough to return, many soldiers disappeared in the space-time turbulence before they could enter the higher dimensional space. Hai Tianqing sighed and continued, "As for why it's called the higher level, it's because the creatures of other dimensions there are stronger than the ones we usually come into contact with. For example, in the snowfield you entered, the white ghouls were only brass-level creatures. If you were lucky enough to pass through the gate of the holy ground and enter the snowfield of a higher level, you would see silver and gold-level white ghouls. For some reason, when these creatures of other dimensions enter the lower-level snowfield through the space-time tunnel, their strength will be greatly weakened." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao suddenly said, "If we call the place where we train the lower-level snowfield, the white ghouls must have entered the lower-level snowfield through the space-time tunnel from the upper snowfield." Hai Tianqing nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Jiang Shao said, "So the holy ground in the lower-level snowfield is not a one-way tunnel." Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, "Yes, it's indeed a two-way door, but why is it called a one-way tunnel? It's because once you enter the portal of the holy ground and enter the higher-level snowfield, the location of the teleportation landing is random. If you want to come back, you have to find the portal. Until today, no one knows how vast the snowfield is. You might not be able to find the portal in your lifetime. Even if you do find that portal, you don't know if it will send you back to the lower layer of the snowfield or to a higher layer of the snowfield." Hai Tianqing said with a serious expression, "This is called getting lost. Second Last is right. Don't take your life as a joke. You have to remember that the portal of the holy ground is one way for all of us. Never touch it. So, you rarely see silver-quality green glow in Beijiang and almost never see gold-quality green glow," Hai Tianqing said with a sigh. Jiang Shao acutely grasped the keyword and asked, "Almost never see gold-quality green glow?" Hai Tianqing nodded and said, "Although there were countless casualties among the first batch of fearless warriors who expanded the territory, there were also some lucky ones who returned. They're already old, but the gold-quality green glow in the star map is their lifetime achievement." Jiang Shao swallowed hard and said, Hai Tianqing said, "Yes, they have the same name as your parents, Wasteland Reclaimers." Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Hai Tianqing had opened the door to a new world for him today. How many more secrets are there in this world that I don't know about? Here's the question. Is there a holy ground in the higher-level snowfield? Can I still go to the higher-level snowfield through the holy ground there? How many layers of snowfield are there in total? The snowfield has an upper dimension, and so do the other dimensional spaces. How many layers are there in total? Do the highest levels of the different dimensional spaces originate from the same latitude? Otherwise, why did they choose to take root on Earth? Hai Tianqing continued. We've lost too many soldiers, and this is a painful lesson. The difference between our efforts and our gains is too great. Under the mandatory requirements of the country, this operation has been put on hold, and troops and individuals are prohibited from entering the higher-level snowfield for exploration. Do you think the function of the Guardians of the Night is to protect the holy ground from being destroyed by the hostile forces? Hai Tianqing asked Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao understood and said, the Guardians of the Night strictly control the holy ground and the other space-time tunnels so that the cultivators won't get lost in the dimensional spaces and lose their lives. Hai Tianqing murmured softly, or perhaps we're waiting for the lost wasteland reclaimers to return home. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's heart ached a little. Hai Tianqing smiled bitterly and said, I shouldn't refer to myself as we. I'm no longer a Guardian of the Night. Hai Tianqing leaned against the windowsill and said, Second last speaks highly of you. Jiang Shao was a little confused. His star technique could be upgraded, but Hai Tianqing misunderstood and revealed an important piece of information. His words even helped Jiang Shao fill in his worldview. Seeing that Jiang Shao did not respond, Hai Tianqing continued to ask, Are you interested in the profession of the Guardians of the Night? Jiang Shao finally snapped back to his senses and asked, Second last, is someone who won't give up until she achieves her goals. Hai Tianqing looked out of the window and said softly, Her personality is the same as her fighting style, radical and wild. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that Hai Tianqing's words had indeed made him feel more respectful towards the Guardians of the Night. However, at the thought of the future, Jiang Shao became even more interested in the wasteland reclaimers. Everyone had just tacitly accepted the death of his parents, but Jiang Shao now knew that they might have just gotten lost in the dimensional space. There was still hope for everything. Jiang Shao said, After all, she's a soldier of the country and has to abide by the laws and discipline of the army. How could she kidnap me? Hai Tianqing had a strange smile on his face. Jiang Shao was shocked to see the mysterious smile. Seriously? Chapter 127. It will go on sale at midnight tonight. There might be a delay of 10 to 30 minutes. Yu has worked hard to write for a long time and has accumulated 10 chapters. He is preparing to publish all of them when it goes on sale. I hope you guys can like it and read it to your heart's content. 2 chapters is the minimum, and 8 chapters can be considered as additional chapters. I hope this book can bring you guys happiness. I also hope that Yu's hard work can be recognized by you. This is the 5th book that Yu has written. Yu really wants to have some results that he can show off. He really wants to get some recognition. Every subscription is of the utmost importance to you. I'm counting on you guys. 9-star Poison Milk, launched currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 128. Master, is there a solution to this calamity? Jiang Shao asked while looking at Hai Tianqing, who had a peculiar expression on his face. Hai Tianqing thought about it and finally shook his head. There's no solution. How dare you? I, Jiang Shao, am being threatened and robbed by a big cat in broad daylight. Jiang Shao said indignantly. Is there any law in this world? Is there still law? Did you change your name yourself, Jiang Shao? Hai Tianqing asked curiously. Second last calls you that too. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and continued. The name my family gave me is too random. I'm going to find a chance to change my name. What do you think about entering college? If you really want to go to school, you have to be the best of the best, Hai Tianqing said. Hai Tianqing suggested a method that wasn't really a solution. Let more universities notice you. Jiang Shao was noncommittal and asked, What do you think of this matter? A rookie in the Stardust stage joining the Guardians of the Night? Hai Tianqing looked out of the window and remained silent for a while before saying, "She doesn't like your strength, but your potential and character." "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao asked with raised brows. "She likes the way you deal with problems, from the choices you make in a battle to the details of a battle." Hai Tianqing sighed softly and continued. "She also sees qualities in you that ordinary people don't have, such as your attitude towards life and your attitude towards your comrades. People always see what they want to see." Jiang Shao shook his head and continued. "Everything is just a coincidence. I'm not as good as she thinks I am." Hai Tianqing was stunned for a moment, for he never thought that a child would say something like that. "She should be most satisfied with the fact that I risked my life to guard her corpse, heal her, and pull her back from hell," Jiang Shao said helplessly. "But if I don't guard her, where can I go? If I don't save her, how can I walk out of the snowfield alive?" Hai Tianqing said, "You think you only have one choice, but in the eyes of others, you have thousands of choices. These words are not reasons. If you really want to persuade her to give up, don't use these words." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and hesitated for a while before saying, "Do you think I should follow her? Join the Guardians of the Night?" After all, Hai Tianqing still had feelings for his former teammates. He said, "First last and second last do need qualified teammates." Jiang Shao looked at Hai Tianqing and realized that he was the former fourth last. He asked, "Why were you fired?" Hai Tianqing smiled with a hint of bitterness, but he did not respond. Jiang Shao changed the topic and asked, "Tell me about Three Tails." Hai Tianqing asked curiously, "Why are you interested in a person who has never appeared in your life?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I can tell that you have a deep relationship with this team, and you also want me to join the Guardians of the Night. So, I have to find out more about this team. Since you won't tell me about your situation, I'll ask third last about it." Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao silently and finally sighed without responding. Jiang Shao asked, "Why? What's there to hide? Seeing that second last can coexist peacefully with you, I can tell that third last is the one who betrayed the team." Hai Tianqing, second last desire for loyalty is beyond that of ordinary people. Maybe she's already sick. She's so sick that she wanted a high school student to join the Guardians of the Night, one of the top teams in China. That's simply a fantasy. Hai Tianqing said, "She won't give you the identity of a Guardian of the Night. She'll only accept you as her disciple, and you'll start as an apprentice." Jiang Shao said, "So you acquiesced. To a certain extent, it's considered a betrayal." Hai Tianqing looked at the scenery outside the window, and his eyes, which were hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to be in a daze as he reminisced. The Guardians of the Night and the light-chasing team are, after all, the national troops that have strict discipline. Third last is a very thoughtful person, and she made a decision that she thought was right, Hai Tianqing said with a bitter smile. "Later, I left the light-chasing team after the investigation," Hai Tianqing said calmly. "You didn't disobey the military order, but you chose to support him when the investigation was carried out?" Jiang Shao asked curiously. Hai Tianqing nodded and then shook his head without saying a word. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "How big a mistake did he make?" Hai Tianqing said, Hai Tianqing pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and sorted out his emotions. He then patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and ended the topic with a smile. "Second last real name is Luan Hongying. Remember it well." What a stiff way to change the topic. However, since Hai Tianqing didn't want to mention it again, Jiang Shao didn't press on. "Second last did tell me once, but her voice was too hoarse and I didn't hear it clearly. I didn't dare to ask. What's her name again?" Jiang Shao said meekly. "Ning Qiu Wan Bao, Gan Qiu Li Ron Wan." "Now that Hongying is in our hands, when will we be able to restrain Song Long?" "Hongying?" Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao speechlessly. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Luan Hongying, I'd better call her second last. I'm scared just by hearing her name. Her personality is indeed a little extreme, and her behavior is also a little radical. After you meet her, if you encounter any accidents, call her by her real name so that she'll be a little more clear-headed." Jiang Shao panicked and thought, what does that mean? He couldn't be bothered to get to the bottom of it anymore. Hai Tianqing seemed to be implying that second last was going to look for him soon. You've been back from the snowfield for more than a month. Have you learned any spoken English? Hai Tianqing continued to ask. Zhang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. Oh my God, something's really going to happen. Let's go back. I did come to your team today because I have something to announce. Hai Tianqing put his arm around Zhang Zhao's shoulder and walked towards the training room. At the same time, he reminded him, you'd better take some time to practice your spoken English. It'll only be beneficial to you. Jiang Shao was speechless. Guys, stop. Hai Tianqing brought Jiang Shao back to the training room again and looked at the other three students. Xia Yin and the others stopped training and turned around to look at Hai Tianqing. The higher-ups have high expectations for the team from Jiangbin High School. They don't want us to be at the bottom like last year, Hai Tianqing said. Han, Jiang Xue asked calmly. Teacher Hai, are you referring to the National High School League? Hai Tianqing nodded and said, yes, the National High School League. Xia Yin sneered and said, we haven't even passed the Provincial High School League, and you're already talking about the National High School League? Isn't it too early? No. Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, it's not too early. According to the information we have so far, your team is considered rather outstanding in the Beijiang Province High School area. You have a reasonable professional configuration, an excellent commander, and a relatively outstanding team. I believe that your goal is not just to get 10 points from the Beijiang Provincial High School League, but also 20 points from the National High School League. In fact, Hai Tianqing glanced at everyone and continued, if your team performs exceptionally well, it's possible for you to be exempted from the college entrance examination. You might even be chosen by some colleges and universities and be specially recruited. Or they might even contact Jiangbin High School to give you a recommendation. These are all possible things, Hai Tianqing said as he looked at the four children in front of him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. A loyal and fearless shield warrior, a swift and fierce sword warrior, a calm, intelligent, and powerful rules-awakened commander. There was also a seemingly mischievous but extremely reliable toxic healer. The lineup of the team was perfect. Any kind-hearted person would not be willing to break up such a team. Hai Tianqing used to be the most worried about the mischievous Jiang Shao. However, the trip to the snowfield made Hai Tianqing look at him in a different light. The facts were there, and so were the results. Regardless of how mischievous Jiang Shao was, he had truly experienced the test of life and death in the snowfield and had led them out with his actions time and time again. He was a child who was good at creating miracles. Behind every unexpected action, he had a strong heart. Physical weakness was never the original sin, but mental weakness was. The school will focus on nurturing 3 teams. Your team can be considered to have been selected internally. Hai Tianqing looked at the children and said, there is still more than 2 months to go before the Provincial League. In these 2 months, the school will organize you to go to the arsenal for training and familiarize you with the creatures of other dimensions, their habits, combat characteristics, and methods. However, Jiang Shao secretly sighed and thought, the real purpose is probably for us to overcome our psychological barriers and familiarize ourselves with how to kill. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.